Chapter 274. Looking at Su Jiao and Tong Qinghong's uncertain expressions, Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and really wanted to ask what was going on. However, the people around her all looked like they were avoiding a deep taboo, so how could Zhang Xiaohua, an outsider, say anything? Even the Three Seas Flood Dragon King was a bit embarrassed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's normal expression and still smiling, he hurriedly said, "Please, Lord Qin. The manor has already set up a banquet to welcome Lord Qin's arrival." Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "Please, 3 Flood Dragon Kings. This Qin really likes the fine wine that Jiaodong brought. We must get drunk in a while." The North Sea Flood Dragon King didn't seem to hear the words, Jiaodong, but the other 2 Sea Flood Dragon Kings were astonished. They looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. That South Sea Flood Dragon King even laughed loudly. "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If you don't get drunk, this old man will be the first to not let you off." Su Jiaodong wasn't far from them. When she heard this, a blush flashed across her face, but soon after, her worried expression reappeared. The group didn't mount their horses and walked further and further into the city streets. After they walked far away, a person with a gloomy expression on top of the high city wall glared fiercely at their backs. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Flood Dragon King's manor was located in a slightly remote area. The surroundings were very quiet, and there weren't many people around. Looking at the unremarkable manor door, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Even the gatehouse of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City was much bigger than this. Could this be the place where these Flood Dragon Kings and gang leaders lived? The Flood Dragon King led Qin Shiyue to the door and explained with a smile, "Lord Qin, this is a property that the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace purchased in Jianghu City. It's very shabby, so please don't laugh at it." Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't comment. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly thought, "That's more like it. It really is very shabby." However, after passing through that ordinary door, the Flood Dragon King led everyone through an ordinary courtyard and into a very large hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this must be the hall for receiving guests. Who knew that the Flood Dragon King would turn right and directly pass through an arched door? Behind the door was a large garden with a stone path in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua thought, "Are these people pretending to be cultured? I'm hungry, I should hurry up and eat." However, the Flood Dragon King didn't stop in the garden. After passing through the garden, there was a small side door in front of them. After passing through the side door, Zhang Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Is this still a manor for humans to live in? Behind the side door was a very, very large lake. Surrounding the lake was a large piece of shady land. There were wide roads, tall trees, green grass, colorful flowers, rockeries, and so on. In the middle of the lake was a small island with rows of houses. Many small boats were docked by the lake. The Flood Dragon King led everyone to the lake and said to Qin Shiyue with a smile, "Lord Qin, you must be joking. My brothers grew up in the water and can't leave the water for a day. Sometimes, we're not used to living in such a manner, so we built a small pond. When we have nothing to do, we play in it so that our bones won't rust." "This is a small pond?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised. She said, "The Flood Dragon King is in a good mood. If it were me, I wouldn't be so patient." Qin Shiyue had a good understanding of the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace's strength. It would be strange if they didn't spend so much. The way to the island in the middle of the lake was very simple. They just had to go on a boat. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt strange when such a simple method was used in someone else's manor. When they arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, Zhang Xiaohua realized that this was the real place where the Flood Dragon King and the others lived. The house on the island in the middle of the lake was very tall and spacious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what material the house was made of. She only smelled a faint fragrance. Around the house, be it the walls, the roof, the windows, or the door, there were some exquisite carvings. It looked ancient and expensive. However, Qin Shiyue had good taste. She nodded while looking at it, seeming to admire it very much. The Flood Dragon King said with a smile, "Lord Qin has good taste. This old man has a headache just looking at these things. I can't tell if they're good or not." I only know that they're made of silver, so they must be good. Qin Shirui laughed loudly and said, Flood Dragon King, you're undervaluing yourself. This taste is made of silver. If there's no silver as the foundation, how can there be any taste? The Flood Dragon King of the North Sea also said, Lord Qin is right. I think these painters don't draw much. Peonies and sunflowers. They might as well draw some erotic scenes. Qin Shirui was stunned. She knew that the Flood Dragon King was forthright and would say whatever he wanted. However, she didn't expect him to be this old man. She looked at the Flood Dragon King's body and criticized him in her mind. However, she praised, Great, Flood Dragon King. I didn't expect your thinking to be so unique. I'm really impressed. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it in my life. The Flood Dragon King was overjoyed and said, So Brother Qin thinks so too. Then I'll ask the painters to come and take a look tomorrow. This thing is going to be reformed. They've been looking at it for so many years. All right, Brother Qin, what do you think about drawing an old man pushing a cart here? Qin Shirui felt a chill and thought, Can you even push it? However, he still said with a smile, Well, it's a big deal to make a big fuss. Flood Dragon King should discuss it with the Flood Dragon King and the Flood Dragon King. However, when the Flood Dragon King looked at the two of them, their faces seemed to be covered in ice as they glared at him fiercely. The crowd was amused, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. However, he was a studious child after all. He looked at the blushing Su Jiaodong and humbly went forward and asked, Miss Su, may I ask what an old man pushing a cart is? I've never seen this painting before. Can you tell me more about it? Su Jiaodong's face was about to bleed. She stomped her feet fiercely and quickly walked past the crowd into the hall. Everyone was looking at Zhang Xiaohua ambiguously. Only Qin Shirui glared at him fiercely and secretly gave him a big middle finger. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Was she cursing him? Or was she hinting that he would torture her by hitting her acupoints at night? After the crowd finished admiring the painting, they entered the hall. In the hall, the long tables had been set up. There were 4 tables in a row in front of them and 2 rows of tables on both sides of the hall. The Flood Dragon King invited Qin Shirui to take a seat. Qin Shirui politely sat in the main seat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings accompanied the other 3 tables. On the left were Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua, accompanied by Su Jiaodong. Su Jiaodong must have known about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and was afraid that he would run away. She didn't dare to let him be far away from Ying Fei, so she had to take a seat as well. On the left were the leaders of 7 Waters. They were all there to accompany him. After the guests and the host sat down, the Flood Dragon King cleared his throat and said, Lord Qin, I hope Lord Qin can forgive everyone's recklessness. Qin Shirui smiled and said, You're too polite, Flood Dragon King. Why do you say that? The Su Jiao King looked at the people in the hall and said, The 3 Seas and 7 Waters have received orders from our sect leader and have prepared everything. We are just waiting for Lord Qin and Emissary Ying to come and collect them. However, a few days ago, we heard about what happened to Lord Qin at the Ma family in Xinji Town. At that time, I happened to be working between Jianghu City and Xinji Town. I know that Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful and he's not afraid of the Righteous Alliance's revenge. However, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. I was afraid that Lord Qin would be ambushed, so I wanted to go and fetch Lord Qin first. However, my daughter suggested that the Righteous Alliance is quite far from here and by the time they react, they will send experts. Even I and my men won't be a match for them. Why don't I go back to Jianghu City first and gather the brothers of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters to go and fetch Lord Qin together? Meanwhile, my daughter will lead a group of brothers to scout ahead for Lord Qin and ensure his safety. Of course, my daughter will only arrange Lord Qin's travel and accommodation and gather information. Fortunately, the Righteous Alliance didn't immediately fall out with us. Qin Shirui was moved when she heard this. She stood up from her chair and bowed to the people in the hall, saying, Thank you, everyone from the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Thank you again. Then, she picked up the wine cup from the table and said, I've stolen the limelight with this first cup. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for your help. Everyone agreed and drank the first cup. After Qin Shiyue sat down, the Flood Dragon King said, "In addition, my daughter also said that Lord Qin has to travel to the 3 seas and 7 waters. Why don't we all gather together and hand over everything to Lord Qin so that Lord Qin can return to the hierarch as soon as possible and report to our hierarch?" Qin Shiyue stood up again and raised her cup to Su Jiaodong, saying, "Women are not inferior to men. Miss Jiaodong, I'd like to propose a toast to you. I appreciate your efforts." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and looked at Qin Shiyue with a smile, saying, "You're too polite, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue said gently, "If you don't mind, Miss Jiaodong, you can call me Little You." Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. Su Jiaodong lowered her head shyly and said, "Well, Little Lord Qin, if you don't mind, you can also call me A Jiao." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Why did this name sound so familiar? Qin Shiyue smiled brightly and said, "Okay, A Jiao, come, let's drink this cup." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. Indeed, she was not inferior to men. The two sat down, and Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "So, the things for the 3 seas and 7 waters have been prepared." The Flood Dragon King said hesitantly, "Lord Qin, the things are indeed prepared, but because our brothers rushed here in a hurry, they didn't bring them with them. They're still sending them here on the waterway. If they're fast, they'll definitely arrive here in 3 days." Qin Shiyue was not surprised when she heard this. She said, "This is already very good. I thought I'd have to visit you one by one, but now that all of you are here, it saves me a lot of effort. Come, faction leaders, I'd like to propose a toast to all of you." Chapter 275. Qin Shiyue was really happy about the arrangement of the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King. Apart from the cauldron of the Shaolin Temple, he also focused on the 3 seas and 7 waters. The area under the control of the 3 seas and 7 waters was quite vast. The things that could be sold would definitely meet the requirements of the hierarch. However, because of the vast area, Qin Shiyue had to go to many places. Fortunately, these places were all waterways, so he was not afraid of hard work. He only needed to waste time. The arrangement of the Flood Dragon King immediately saved him a lot of trouble. He only needed to sit and wait in Jianghu City. He was naturally happy to accept such an easy task. Moreover, no matter how good the martial arts of the 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader were, there were countless gang members behind them. With them around, at least they could provide detailed information about Jianghu, which was better than him and Ying Fei's ignorance. Of course, with the 3 Seas and 7 Waters, if the Righteous Alliance wanted to attack him, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Qin Shiyue's toast was really sincere. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader both stood up and raised their cups, saying, "Lord Qin, you must be tired. This is what we should do. Please." Everyone laughed and raised their cups to drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere began to warm up. Everyone had only heard of Qin Shiyue. As high-level disciples of the divine sect, they usually cultivated in the sect and rarely participated in Jianghu affairs. If it were not for the special things this time, they might not have been sent out. Which one of these gang leaders was not meticulous? Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, after the basic etiquette, they all took the opportunity to get close to Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue was also happy and did not refuse them. They all talked happily. Seeing Qin Shiyue like a spring breeze, everyone was even happier. Before coming, they had heard rumors about Jianghu and guessed that Qin Shiyue was a cruel and merciless person. They were afraid that he would be difficult to get along with. But now it seemed that the rumors were not accurate. Besides, they had always believed that, treat your enemies like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and treat your friends like the spring breeze. Wasn't Qin Shiyue a typical portrayal of this sentence? As a result, the faction leaders thought even more highly of Qin Shiyue in their hearts. They toasted her even more diligently. Even Su Jiaodong plucked up her courage and toasted her a few times. However, what she said after toasting made everyone laugh. Su Jiaodong said, "This wine tastes soft and sweet, but it has a strong aftertaste. Lord Qin, you should drink it in moderation. Don't drink too much. In her concern, Su Jiaodong had forgotten that everyone present had profound internal strength. If they got drunk, they only needed to secretly circulate their internal strength to force the alcohol out of their bodies. How could there be any side effects from excessive drinking? Qin Shiyue nodded. I know, Ajiao. Su Jiaotong bashfully called her Ajiao and went back to her seat. After drinking for a while more, Qin Shiyue took the time to ask the Su Jiao King, Su Jiao King, there is something that I would like to ask, but I don't know if I should say it. The Su Wm King chuckled and said, Lord Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing inappropriate here. Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiaodong, who frowned slightly and asked, What's the matter with Commander Murong at the city gate just now? The Su Jiao King thought for a while and said, It's funny. Lord Qin, you know that Jianghu City is an important passage to the sea. The 7 rivers converge here and flow into the sea. This sea is our southern sea, my territory. Although the southern Sea Jiao Palace is in the depths of the southern sea, it needs a foundation in this transportation hub. Therefore, the southern Sea Jiao Palace has been operating here since a long time ago. Jianghu City is very important to the sects in the pugilistic world, but it's even more important to the government. The government has stationed many troops in Jianghu City. Let's not talk about other things, but the navy of Jianghu City is related to us. The navy has 100 warships and thousands of soldiers. They are led by a general with the surname Lu. There are more than a dozen commanders who are in charge of their own barracks. Commander Murong is one of them. Actually, in terms of the navy's strength, our southern Sea Serpent Palace might not lose to them. However, they are a legitimate army after all, and they have the support of the government behind them. Therefore, we usually avoid them in the Southern Sea region and Jianghu City. Even if there are any disputes, we tolerate them as much as we can and avoid them as much as possible. We don't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been operating here for many years and has long been deeply rooted. Even in the Navy, we have our strength. The government also knows this and usually doesn't look for trouble with us. However, Commander Murong is an anomaly. He's not a local. He came here with his 7th uncle, who is the current garrison of Jianghu City. He got a good job in the Navy. Our Southern CWIRM Palace's affairs in Jianghu City are usually handled by Jiao Tong. Ever since I met this Commander Murong 2 years ago, this bastard has been constantly thinking about Jiao Tong and has thoughts of seducing her. Jiao Tong was helpless and asked other commanders to persuade him, but this bastard just wouldn't listen and continued to pester her. In the end, this old man paid a visit to their General Lu and informed Jiao Tong of my intentions. But guess what Commander Murong said? Qin Shiyue was surprised and asked, What did he say? This guy actually said to General Lu, It's normal for men and women to love each other. General, just worry about military affairs. Why do you have to interfere with other people's marriage? General Lu was dumbstruck. However, this guy's uncle is the city's garrison commander, half a rank higher than General Lu. When General Lu told this old man about it, this old man could only smile bitterly. After further investigation, I found out that this Commander Murong is a dummy and cannot be measured by common sense. Anyway, Jianghu City is just a stronghold of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Although it's important, it doesn't need Jiao Tong to oversee it all the time. Therefore, Jiao Tong has been using the avoidance technique these past few years. If she can avoid coming, she won't come. Even if she does come, she will come quietly and leave quietly without letting him know. Qin Shiyue nodded. This was a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a local official. The navy of Jianghu City was the nemesis of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Of course, it was best not to offend them. Harmony was the way of the king. The creeping dragon king continued, however, Jianghu City is ruled by the government after all. Although Commander Murong is stupid, he has a group of disciples under him. The soldiers that Lord Qin saw at the city gate today are of high quality. He also has some scholars under him who are good at strategizing. When Jiao Tong came to Jianghu City a few times, he heard the news and blocked the gate, clamoring to propose marriage. Jiao Tong had no choice but to say that she was not in the city and could not comply without her parents' order. Only then did she shut him up. As luck would have it, we met at the city gate today and he kept asking about the marriage proposal. If it were not for the fact that I lived in seclusion and he did not recognize me, he might have knelt down to acknowledge me as his relative. His words were frivolous. Naturally, he was making fun of this second. Qin Shiyue and the other two Jiao kings laughed and raised their cups. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, although he has the backing of the government, our sect isn't necessarily afraid of him. He's just a small commander. Will the government fall out with us? Jiao King smiled apologetically and said, of course. Lord Qin is right. However, the sect has many subordinates and our southern Jiao palace is only one of them. This old man doesn't dare to trouble the sect with such a small matter. Qin Shiyue said, the sect's motto is to fall out with others rather than let each of our brothers be bullied. Don't worry, Jiao King. If you need the sect's support, just report it. I don't dare to say anything else, but Garuda will definitely do his best. Jiao King was delighted and said, since that's the case, I'll thank Lord Qin first. After that, he called Su Jiaodong over for a toast. Su Jiaodong was also happy to hear that, but she still said nervously, Lord Qin, there's no need to get into a conflict. At most, I won't come to Jianghu City and hide for a few years. I'm sure I'll forget about it. It's inappropriate to bring unnecessary trouble to the sect because of me. Qin Shiyue smiled and raised her head to drink a cup. She said proudly, if the sect can't even protect women and children, how can it still be called a sect? Su Jiaodong also smiled sweetly and raised her head to drink, revealing a small part of her neck that was as white as jade. At this moment, a call came from the lake outside the hall. Jiaodong, I love you. Jiaodong, I love you. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned and Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. Su Jiaodong, on the other hand, had a frosty look on her face. She frowned at first, but when she heard it clearly, she was surprised. She said, oh my, that's Commander Murong's voice. How did this second find his way here? Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King, who had a gloomy expression, and said with a smile, since an important guest has come to visit, how can we not receive him? Let's go, Su Jiao King, let's go see this important guest and do our duty as a host. Su Jiao King also laughed and said, yes, let's go and see who exactly this second of yours is. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased to see everyone stand up. Everyone in the hall was toasting each other, but he was ignored. He did not care so much and only buried his head in the dishes. He even secretly tasted a cup of fine wine. However, he was puzzled by the spicy taste. How could this be called soft, sweet, and refreshing? He also heard about Commander Murong's matter and felt that this fellow was very patient. Wasn't there a saying that went, fierce women are afraid of being pestered? As long as one was thick-skinned, there was no beauty that one could not woo. However, when he thought about Commander Murong's ugliness, he still sighed. There were many swans in this world, but there were even more toads. However, when he saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaotong flirting with each other, Zhang Xiaohua had already sentenced Commander Murong to death. He actually dared to compete with such a vicious and merciless person for a woman. He could not help but give him a big thumbs up in his heart. You're strong. What puzzled Zhang Xiaohua was that no matter how he looked at Qin Shiyue, he could not see any good points about him. He did not know what Su Jiaodong saw in him. However, when he looked at Qin Shiyue's head of white hair, he suddenly understood. Father complex. Chapter 276. When they walked out of the hall, a small boat was already floating towards them. There were 3 people on the boat. One of them was Commander Murong, who was standing at the bow. He had an ugly face and was calling out to Jiaodong. Behind him was a soldier who was holding a box in his hand. The last one was a family member who was steering the boat. Commander Murong saw a group of people walking out of the hall. He did not care if they saw Su Jiaodong and immediately raised his hand to wave. Seeing that no one responded, he put it down awkwardly. When the boat reached the shore, Commander Murong jumped down and walked forward quickly. When he got close, he looked around and asked, "Which one of you is Uncle Su?" At this moment, his eyes lit up when he saw Su Jiaodong, who was hiding behind the people. He shouted, "Jiaodong, look at you. You're too polite. Since father-in-law is coming to Jingyue City, why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have prepared a generous gift to pay you a visit. I came in a hurry and did not prepare enough. Please don't be offended." At this moment, the family member and the soldier walked over. The family member panicked and said, "Master, I couldn't stop him. I didn't dare to offend this soldier, so I could only bring him here." The Su Jiao king waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Go ahead." Commander Murong's eyes lit up immediately. He bowed at the Su Jiao king and said, "Uncle Su, I'm Murong Jian. I've heard a lot about the Su Jiao king. It's an honor to meet you today. I came in a hurry and prepared a small gift to show my sincerity." The Su Jiao king looked at the box in the soldier's hand and said, "I've also heard of Commander Murong's fame and have always wanted to meet you. However, I've been busy and have no time, so I put it aside. Now that Commander Murong is here, I've been impolite. Please come in." Murong Jian was delighted when he heard that. He said, "Really? Uncle Su, you should have told me earlier. If I knew you wanted to meet me, I would have come earlier." Then he looked around and said, "I've been here a few times, but I didn't expect the backyard to be so generous. If it wasn't for Qi." He seemed to realize something and immediately changed his words. "If I didn't hear that Uncle Su came to Jingyue City today, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you." His words were full of loopholes. Even Zhang Xiaohua understood. She laughed in her heart. This guy is really stupid. The Void WM King smiled faintly and said, "Since Commander Murong is here, then you're a guest. Right, Commander Murong, it's fate that brought us together today. Allow me to introduce." Murong Jian waved his hand and said, "Don't, uncle. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite." That being said, he had already stepped into the hall. A family member had already set up a new table at the head of the hall, and there were 5 tables directly above it. Qin Shiyue's table was placed in the middle, and the new table was placed next to it. Perhaps it was because of the Su Jiao King's guidance, or perhaps it was because the family had good eyesight. Murong Jian did not stand on ceremony at all. He walked to the front and looked at the table with some leftovers in the middle. He frowned slightly and turned to the Void WM King with a smile. "Uncle Su really knows me well. I wanted to be polite, but I didn't know that Uncle Su really treated me as one of your family. This seat of honor is still reserved for Uncle. Please take a seat. Although I'm a guest from afar, I won't be so polite from now on." The Void WM King's nose was crooked. "You're really stupid." He could only say awkwardly, "Commander Murong, I have a distinguished guest today. I didn't know that Commander Murong would be coming today, so I'm sorry for the neglect." Murong Jian was startled and said in surprise, There's a distinguished guest? Who is it? Let me greet him as well." Qin Shiyue was furious. "I'm right in front of the crowd. Your eyes are either looking at the beauties or the beauty's father. How can you pay attention to basic etiquette?" Actually, when Murong Jian arrived, the seating arrangement in the hall would definitely change. The Void WM King wanted to introduce Qin Shiyue outside the hall, but he was interrupted by Murong Jian when he stepped into the hall. Now that he mentioned Qin Shiyue again, the Void WM King felt that he was being rude to Qin Shiyue. The Void WM King spread out his arms and respectfully gestured to Qin Shiyue. "This is my Tenryu sect's representative, Lord Qin Shiyue." Murong Jian had never heard of the Tenryu sect's name. The Southern CWRM Palace only paid attention to it because of Su Jiaodong. He thought that the Tenryu sect was the same as the Southern CWRM Palace. They were just small characters in the wilderness. How could they be compared to him, an official of the imperial court? He couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. He looked at Qin Shiyue from head to toe and cupped his hands. "Nephew Murong Jian greets Uncle Qin. Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard of Uncle Qin's great name. All right, although Uncle Qin is old, your skin is very well maintained. You look very young. How old are you? Have you already understood your destiny?" Qin Shiyue's face blushed. He smiled and said, "Good nephew, your uncle has just understood his destiny. I'm really comforted to see such a good child like you. Murong Jian said happily, "Is that so? Uncle Qin, you can actually see through my nature. You're really a god. Come, take a seat." After he finished speaking, he respectfully sat down at the head of the table. The people from the 3 seas and 7 waters were stunned. Some didn't know what to do, while some laughed in their hearts. Seeing the two sitting down, they could only sit down as well. Everyone sat down and the banquet started again. Because there were outsiders in the banquet, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as before. How could Murong Jian care so much? After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he toasted Qin Shiyue and Su Jiao King. After a few rounds of toasting, he became more talkative. However, it was a pity that Murong Jian's words were all about the imperial court. His words were brimming with the pride of being an official. He couldn't talk to Qin Shiyue and Su Jiao King at all. The two laughed in their hearts and perfunctorily chatted with their good nephew, waiting for the show to start. Sure enough, after a while, Murong Jian couldn't help but look at Su Jiaodong, who lowered her head and didn't speak. He deliberated his words and said, "Uncle Su, I've visited you several times, but I've never been able to see your face. This time, I'm here specially because I have something to ask of you." Su Jiao King glanced at Qin Shiyue and thought, "Lord Qin, you can support me in this matter." Qin Shiyue nodded slightly. Su Jiao King was relieved and asked with a smile, "Commander Murong, what is it? Just say it." Murong Jian was overjoyed when he saw that the slow flood dragon king asked the questions so straightforwardly. He waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers behind him carried the small box to the side of the slow flood dragon king and placed it squarely on the table. Murong Jian smiled and said, "Uncle Su, ever since I saw Miss Jiao Tong, I've been thinking about her day and night. I feel that she is the only one I can marry in this life. I've always wanted to go and ask for her hand in marriage, but I've never seen Uncle's shadow. Today's matter was rushed, so this is my engagement gift. After today I'll ask 7th Uncle, that is, the Lord of the City Guard, to personally come and persuade us." The Su Jiao King looked at the small box with interest and said, "Commander Murong, I heard that you already have 7 concubines at home. Why are you still thinking about my daughter so much that you don't want her for the rest of your life? If you marry Jiaodong, will she be your legal wife or a concubine?" Murong Jian's face didn't turn red, but his heart didn't stop. He said calmly, "Uncle, you're wrong. There's no end to love in this world. The concubines I married before were sincere. This time, I'm marrying Jiaodong. It doesn't mean that I can't fall in love with Jiaodong. Moreover, there's true love between us. Jiaodong doesn't care about status. My legal wife is the daughter of the magistrate of Shiyu City. She has a noble status and can be the master of the harem. My concubine is also the daughter of an official and is very virtuous. I think that if I marry Jiaodong, she won't be disgraced. What do you think?" When Su Jiao King heard this, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "Nephew, you're really thoughtful and thoughtful." Murong Jian was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "So, Uncle Su agrees. There's 1,000 taels of gold in this gift box. It's my betrothal gift. Please accept it. This betrothal gift is much more than what I received when I married my legal wife. I hope that Uncle Su can understand my sincerity." Su Jiao King looked up to the sky and laughed. "Commander Murong, I really appreciate your good intentions. Thank you for thinking highly of my daughter and offering such a generous gift. It's a pity that my daughter is already betrothed to someone else. Commander Murong, you're too late." Murong Jian's ugly face turned pale and said, "Uncle Su, are you trying to deceive me? I've already asked around. Jiaodong isn't betrothed to someone else. If she's betrothed to someone else, why didn't you mention it to me earlier?" Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Su, even if she's betrothed to someone else, they're not married yet. May I ask who the other party is? I'll ask 7th Uncle to go and talk to him. He'll definitely regret this marriage." What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua almost spat out the food she was eating. She didn't even understand what Murong Jian was saying. He clearly rejected the betrothal and thought that he was making things difficult for him. Su Jiao King saw that Murong Jian didn't know how to back off. He couldn't help but feel awkward and said hesitantly, At this moment, Qin Shirue said with a smile, "My good nephew, you're making things difficult for your Uncle Su. Because this person is right in front of you." Murong Jian was stunned and quickly looked around. There were only middle-aged and old people around. Then he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Ying Fei beside Su Jiaodong. He couldn't help but ask fiercely, "Uncle Qin, are you talking about the two people sitting next to Jiaodong? But that young man is just a servant, so he shouldn't be. Could it be that ordinary-looking man? That guy is so ordinary that he can't even be recognized in a crowd. How could Jiaodong like him? Is it because this guy's 7 aunts and 8 aunts are also from the government so you can't put down your face? That's why you're forcing yourself." Then he said in a low voice, "If that's the case, why don't you tell me? I have 10,000 ways to make him regret it. He actually wants to steal my woman. He's really tired of living." Qin Shirue smiled and shook his head. "No, no." Murong Jian was stunned and asked, "Then who could it be?" Chapter 277. Qin Shirue smiled and said, "That's me." Murong Jian pointed at the gray-haired man in disbelief and laughed as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. Qin Shirue didn't refute and only smiled at him. After laughing enough, Murong Jian said, "Uncle Qin, don't play with me. You already know your destiny, so why are you still going against it and flaunting your love affairs with the younger generation? Although you're good at maintaining your appearance, you're still young. Why bother?" Then he looked at Lord Su Jiao unhappily and said, "Uncle Su, I came here sincerely. You're rejecting me again and again. Are you looking down on our navy? Are you looking down on our city's garrison?" Qin Shirue was still full of smiles as she said, "My good nephew, your Uncle Qin has just married 6 wives and concubines, 1 less than you. If this delicate girl follows me, she will be on par with you. You and I, uncle and nephew, will both have 7 wives and concubines. Isn't that wonderful?" "Are you serious?" Murong Jian was furious and Qin Shirue immediately turned into a pile of cow dung. He scolded, "Qin Shirue, I respect you as Uncle Su's guest, not because I'm afraid you're from some sect. Jianghu City is the Lord Garrison's world and the South Sea is our Navy's territory. If you want to cause any trouble, you have to ask me first. Don't think I don't know how to bully others. Uncle Su is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a white-haired dog-tail flower and you want to win Jiaodong's favor?" Then he smiled brightly at Su Jiaodong and said, "Jiaodong, don't worry. I'm here and I'll get you out immediately." Not to mention Su Jiaodong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua saw it and immediately bent down to vomit. That smile was too disgusting. Out of Murong Jian's expectations, Su Jiaodong stepped forward and walked in front of Murong Jian. She bowed deeply and said in a sweet voice, "Commander Murong, thank you for your kindness. This concubine has a short life and cannot serve you. I hope that Commander will be magnanimous and let this concubine go. This concubine is willing to follow Lord Qin." At the end of his speech, his neck was dyed red. Murong Jian had never seen this kind of shyness before. His heart itched even more. He slapped the table and stood up, saying, "Jiaodong, don't say any more. For you, I am willing to sacrifice my life. This Qin Shirue doesn't have any respect for her elders. I will definitely take care of her. Today, I will definitely save you from this disaster." After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Jiaodong's furious expression and turned to Qin Shirue. "Lord Qin, since you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what you want and I'll accept it." Qin Shirue smiled and said, "What Dao? Love between a man and a woman is human nature. Me and Jiao Tong are both willing parties. Can a commander like you control us?" This was what Murong Jian had said to General Lu. Now Qin Shirue was returning the same words back to him. Who would have thought that Murong Jian would say, "As a commander, I naturally can't interfere. However, I also love Miss Jiao Tong, so I naturally have the right to interfere. What do you think? Just tell me what you want." Qin Shirue was still calm and said, "I disdain to tell you what you want. Miss Jiao Tong has already made her attitude clear. She won't marry anyone other than me. Why are you asking for a rebuff? I can see that you sincerely love Miss Jiao Tong, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should go back early, wash up, and sleep. Murong Jian said angrily, You coward! If you don't dare to tell me what you want, I will set a rule. If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently go back to your sect. Don't make a fool of yourself here. This Jianghu city is the territory of real men. Qin Shiyue's heart moved and said, All right, then tell me. What rule do you have? Murong Jian was overjoyed and said, You're prepared to accept it? If I say it, you can accept it. If you can't, then leave Jianghu city as soon as possible. Su Jiaoqing said anxiously, Lord Qin. Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiaoqing and then at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, Watch me. Then he said to Murong Jian, You tell me what you want, I will accept it. Murong Jian's fingers that were as thick as radishes pinched his chin. He pretended to think and said, How about this, Lord Qin? I know that you are a martial arts expert and I am not your opponent. This guard of mine has been in the martial arts world for a few days. Now that he has ascended to a high position in my navy, why don't you compete with him? If you can win against him, then I will do as you wish. These words were unreasonable. Everyone in the hall was angry. Who was Qin Shiyue? He was the representative of everyone present. This Murong Jian did not only humiliate Qin Shiyue, but also the entire Dragon God sect. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was Zhang Xiaohua, who was not involved. He was not like the others and was not humiliated. Naturally, his mind was clear. He felt that this ugly man's actions were too arrogant. He actually came to someone else's place to cause trouble. It was very strange. Even if this person was powerful, he should not be so ignorant. The other was Qin Shiyue, who was in the middle. If it was someone else who set up a trap, they would definitely use their strengths to attack the other party's weakness. However, this Murong Jian was able to become the Navy's commander. Even if he did not have a brain, how could he not have seen a pig run before? How could he do such a thing? In an instant, he became vigilant. Qin Shiyue smiled as he looked at the complacent Murong Jian and said, Good nephew, you really understand your Uncle Qin. Let's do it this way. Uncle Qin's old arms and legs should also move a bit. After speaking, Qin Shiyue slowly walked to the front of the hall. He crossed his arms and stood there as steady as Mount Tai. The soldier behind Murong Jian did not say anything. He took off his armor and revealed his shirt. After tidying up a bit, he picked up the scimitar on the ground and walked into the circle. Actually, when this soldier jumped off the boat with Murong Jian, Qin Shiyue had already carefully observed him. He knew that this soldier was Murong Jian's bodyguard. From his footwork and posture, he could see the charm of an expert. At this time, from the way he held the scimitar and his aura, Qin Shiyue's guess was correct. How could this Murong Jian joke about this kind of thing? There was definitely something fishy going on. The soldier stood in front of Qin Shiyue and tightly held the scimitar in his right hand. He said to Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin, I am a nameless person. I will also follow my commander and call you Lord. Please give me some pointers. After speaking, he assumed a standard scimitar stance. This was the most common scimitar stance in the Navy. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shiyue did not dare to be careless. He casually pulled out the flexible sword from his waist and used his chi to shake it. The flexible sword twisted like a spirit snake and emitted a cold air. Facing the threatening sword chi of the flexible sword, the soldier acted as if he did not hear it. He only held the scimitar tightly and guarded his position. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Since you do not dare to say your name, I will not force you. However, since I am a famous person in Jianghu, I will not take advantage of you. You are a guest from afar. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will fight back. What do you think? A light flashed in the soldier's eyes. His face was filled with joy. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his position. Murong Jian heard this and said, Since Lord Qin is so magnanimous, why are you still standing there? When the soldier heard this, he did not say anything. He took a step forward, right in front of Qin Shiyue, and chopped down with his blade. The force behind the strike was very fierce. Qin Shiyue slightly frowned and slightly dodged the attack. He tightened all the muscles in his body, waiting for the next move. However, To his surprise, the soldier did not change his move. He waited for the scimitar to hit empty air, then pulled back the scimitar and chopped down again. This time, Qin Shiyue's brows were completely relaxed. He understood that this was the dignity of a martial artist. This soldier might only be a guard under Murong Jian, but it turned out that he was not a nobody in Jianghu. When Qin Shiyue said that he would let others have 3 moves, it was just to test the situation. This soldier actually did not want to take advantage of this, and Qin Shiyue could not help but have the thought of a hero cherishing another hero. Sure enough, when the scimitar swept across, Qin Shiyue only shrunk his stomach and dodged it effortlessly. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue laughed and said, "Brother, you really have a good character. Come, let's compete again." But before he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. The scimitar in the soldier's hand did not follow the usual path and return to his chest. Instead, it suddenly changed. The back of the scimitar was in front and the blade was in the back. It was slanted towards Qin Shiyue's chest. Qin Shiyue was taking a breath and thought that the soldier was open and aboveboard. When he saw the scimitar approaching, how could he dodge it? He barely moved his body to the side and let the back of the scimitar pass by his armpit. But even so, there was a light chi sound. The tip of the scimitar cut through Qin Shiyue's armpit clothes and brought out a string of blood. Qin Shiyue took a deep breath. His body floated and he moved half an inch. The smile on his face became wider and he said, "Good scimitar, good scheming." "Io, you actually used poison?" Qin Shiyue felt that there was no pain under his armpit. Instead, it was itchy. He knew that it was not good. When he looked down, the long wound that was not deep had already turned black. It was spreading all over his body. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. Qin Shiyue was about to make a move, but the soldier quickly stepped forward and slashed his scimitar again. This time, not only was it full of strength, but it also had a wonderful trajectory. It seemed that there were countless changes in the scimitar. Qin Shiyue's expression changed greatly. This scimitar was obviously different from the previous 3 scimitars. Its level and level were not the same. The soldier had the intention to hide his strength before, so he forced Qin Shiyue to raise his sword to meet it. But when the sword and the scimitar collided, there was a crisp sound. The two of them did not retreat at all. The soldier and Qin Shiyue were actually on par. Then, the soldier pulled out his scimitar and attacked again. One attack was closely followed by another attack. Qin Shiyue did not have time to use his qi to expel the poison, let alone take out the poison-dispelling pill from his chest. Chapter 278. Qin Shiyue was one of the famous experts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sect. She was also one of the top experts in the Jianghu. However, this nameless soldier's scimitar didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with Qin Shiyue. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. The scimitar's moves were strange and ingenious, but Qin Shiyue was able to evade it and was almost injured by it. As the soldier kept attacking with his scimitar, Qin Shiyue's smiling face slowly turned gray. Even if Qin Shiyue said that he was poisoned, no one cared. What kind of place was the Dragon God sect? A mere poison couldn't cause any harm to Qin Shiyue. At least, Ying Fei knew that Qin Shiyue's poison-repelling pill could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. However, the soldier seemed to have calculated everything. First, he used a trick to injure Qin Shiyue slightly and poison him. Then, he kept attacking without stopping so that Qin Shiyue didn't have the time to cure the poison. Qin Shiyue was careless and fell into the trap. Now, he was really suffering. Seeing the change in Qin Shiyue's expression, the Su Jiao king was the first to jump into the field. Murong Jian's eyes were looking at the field. When he saw the Su Jiao king move, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you going to win with numbers?" The Su Jiao king couldn't help but stop and hesitate. In the Jianghu, everything was about trust. Although the soldier used poison, he didn't say that he couldn't use poison. Moreover, Qin Shiyue agreed to let the soldier use 3 moves. If the soldier injured him in 3 moves, he couldn't say anything. This contest was originally a contest between Qin Shiyue and Murong Jian. It was just a substitute soldier. If Su Jiao King rashly made a move, not only would it damage the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Divine Religion, but judging from the soldier's skills, Su Jiao King might not be able to take him down easily. Seeing the Su Jiao King's hesitation, Murong Jian smiled and said, "If Lord Qin admits defeat, this contest can be stopped. Uncle Su will have to agree to marry Jiaodong to me." The creeping King looked at Su Jiaodong, who had already stood up. He didn't know what to do. Su Jiaodong looked at the situation in the arena quietly. There was not a single ripple in her heart. Naturally, she would not go up to help. Even if Qin Shiyue died from the poison, she would not go up to help. She knew that this was the dignity of a man. Born as a hero, dead as a ghost. This sentence was not just for show. Moreover, ever since the gray-haired man had called out Ijiao, her heart had already flown out of her chest. She had long been conquered by that cold gray-haired man. Faced with this situation, she only had one thought in her mind. If Xiao Yu died from the poison, Ijiao couldn't live on by herself either. How could an ugly man like Murong Jian desire a woman like her? Su Jiaodong's calmness puzzled the Su Jiao King. He anxiously rubbed his hands and paced outside the arena. It was not only him. Among the people in the hall, only Zhang Xiaohua was still using her divine sense to scan the people in the arena with interest. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and thought, "The chef in this villa is really good. If I can hire one, my parents will be happy." Everyone else had already stood up and walked to the front of the table. Ying Fei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He only wanted to go up and help. He was not like the Su Jiao King of the South Sea. He was Qin Shiyue's subordinate. If anything happened to Qin Shiyue, not to mention whether the Dragon God sect would punish him, Lord Garuda would definitely not let him go. Right now, he really wished that the person in the arena was him. At least, if Qin Shiyue was outside the arena, she could reach out and save him. Murong Jian looked around the arena proudly. This was a dilemma. He was not afraid that Su Jiaodong would not fall into his hands. Qin Shiyue would either admit defeat or die from the poison. Either way, she would fall into his trap. The best part was that these people who always boasted of being heroes of the Jianghu could only watch as their VIP fell into danger and could not help. They could only watch as their own daughter fell into his hands and could not save her. Was this the difference between wisdom and brute force? Murong Jian felt a little smug. Uncivilized people were uncivilized people. How could an official family like ours compare to them? However, Su Jiaodong's reaction was slightly out of Murong Jian's expectations. He originally thought that Su Jiaodong would be a little nervous, a little scared, and even come forward to beg him to let her go. She would beg him to take her into his room in exchange for Lord Whitehair Qin's life. That way, his vanity that had been beaten down would be greatly satisfied, and he would be able to use the attitude of a victor to redeem this wild beauty and train her to become his plaything. Unfortunately, Su Jiaodong was cold and indifferent. It was as if she did not see anyone else's expression. She simply treated him as if he was invisible. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Behind the chill, there was a desire to be tamed. Perhaps only this kind of uncontrollable pride could arouse his ambition. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's right leg went soft and he almost fell down. The soldier's scimitar slashed like lightning towards Qin Shiyue's left shoulder. Qin Shiyue saw that he could not block it, so he clenched his teeth and stabbed his soft sword towards the soldier's heart. It was actually a suicidal move. The soldier sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth also twitched as if he was mocking him. He dodged to the side and once again slashed down towards Qin Shiyue. At this moment, Su Jiaodong could no longer maintain her composure. Her face was pale and her eyes flashed with a kind of desperation. Yes, she knew that Qin Shiyue had reached the final stage. His face was deathly black, contrasting with his head full of white hair. He was dancing the last dance of his life on the cliff. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense wandered around the field. He saw Murong Jian's complacency, Su Jiaowang's anxiety, Ying Fei's fear, the soldier's aggressiveness, and Qin Shiyue's stubborn resistance. He saw them all in his heart. However, what did these have to do with him? He was just a prisoner. He didn't know how the Tenryu sect master would deal with him. Why should he care about other people's business? As the saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's roof. That was true. However, when his spiritual sense swept across Su Jiaodong, his heart suddenly moved. That charming and cold face might not have attracted any interest from Zhang Xiaohua, but the desperation, desolation, and longing in her eyes suddenly touched a trace of memory in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This memory might be his sister-in-law Lu Qian facing the three wolves of Mount Shichui, or O Yan facing the black-clothed old man, or Li Yinfeng facing the bandits of Mount Shichui. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua wake up was that the eyes in this memory were actually the eyes in the turbulent river, in the lonely straw hut. There was a trace of unwillingness and a trace of flawlessness in that pair of big eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was not a dreamless person. However, he knew that he had always been a kind of fleeting dream. He thought that he would not miss that pair of big eyes, and would not think about that towering bun. He thought that it was just a hurried passing by in the mortal world, and he thought that it was just a brief encounter in life. However, in the eyes of Su Jiaodong, who had nothing to do with him, he found, knew, and understood that he was not a dreamless person. It was not that he did not want to dream. It was just that this dream was too deep, too long, and too vague. When faced with Lu Qian's helpless eyes, he was powerless. When faced with O Yan's panicked eyes, he stepped forward bravely. When faced with Li Yinfeng's desperate eyes, he talked cheerfully and wittily and forced the bandits to retreat. However, when faced with Meng's panicked, reluctant, and shy eyes, what could he do? Yes, he did not know what he should do. He did not know before and he did not know now. What about in the future? Perhaps he would know. However, if now, the thing in Su Jiaodong's eyes touched Zhang Xiaohua's heartstrings, what could he do? In an instant, Su Jiaodong's eyes overlapped with Meng's eyes. Even if it was just a flash of similarity, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to make some decisions. At this time, the situation in the field had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shiyue's footsteps were crooked, and he accidentally fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth and did not cry for help. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also some unwillingness. The flexible sword in his hand powerlessly stabbed upwards, wanting to stop the soldier's lightning-fast scimitar. However, he was very clear that it was just a fool's dream. At this moment, he turned his head. In this extremely dangerous moment, he turned his head and looked at Su Jiaodong, who was standing there. Their eyes met, and they were both relieved. Their hearts were connected, and they did not understand. Qin Shiyue's dark face was somewhat red. Su Jiaodong's face was also flushed. Murong Jian looked at all of this with jealousy, and his fists were about to clench. The nameless soldier leaped high, and the crescent scimitar was like a thunderbolt, slashing towards the fallen prey. At this moment, a voice sounded, "I can't watch this anymore, I can't watch this anymore. When I see injustice on the road, I will draw my sword to help." Before he finished speaking, behind 3 seas 7 waters, a thin and weak figure, like a large eagle, pounced from the sky. The figure came very quickly. At first, the soldier did not care and did not stop his scimitar. He only raised his head to take a look. However, with this look, his eyes could not help but shrink. Although the figure was thin and weak, its aura was majestic. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Moreover, there was a jet-black sword light that shot towards his throat. The sharpness of the sword light did not make him doubt that if he did not stop defending, the sword light would immediately pierce his throat when he chopped off Qin Shiyue's head. Immediately, the nameless soldier made a wise decision. He immediately pulled back the scimitar that was slashing towards Qin Shiyue and used his strength to block the sword light that was shooting towards him. It was too late to say, but in an instant, there was a crisp, ding-dang sound. The two weapons collided, and the two incomparably abundant forces collided. The nameless soldier took a step back and stood up straight. The thin and small figure that was rushing over was like a kite with a broken string. With a "pooh" sound, it was pushed into the air. Luckily, the hall was very tall, so it did not break out of the building. Chapter 279. The nameless soldier shook the small figure into the air and ignored it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue was already sitting on the ground. The soft sword was thrown to the side and he was taking out a white jade bottle from his bosom. The nameless soldier sneered. He had done so many things and even used words to provoke him. Wasn't it just to not give him time to get rid of the poison? Finished thinking, he raised his knife again and slashed at Qin Shiyue. Unfortunately, Qin Shiyue didn't care about the machete at all. He just quietly and steadily took out the jade bottle, opened the stopper, and poured out the detoxification pill. The machete once again hung above Qin Shiyue's head and was about to reap his life. Unfortunately, at this time, another voice sounded, "You bastard, how can you be so rude? I came to help you, but you actually ignored me. Won't you give me face?" When the soldier raised his head, he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, who had been shaken into the air by him. She stepped on the roof of the hall and used the momentum to fly over like an arrow from a bow. That small sword, which was like a child's toy, was held in front of her chest and stabbed straight at his throat. The first time Zhang Xiaohua used the floating technique, her speed was very fast. And this time, she borrowed the posture of flying down, her speed was even faster. The soldier didn't have time to kill Qin Shiyue. He could only turn around and attack the small sword. This time, he used all of his strength in order to kill this annoying little demon with one hit. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's skills were not the same as before. Not to mention how good her qin gong was, the abundant immortal true qi flowing in her meridians was endless and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua saw the soldier's machete, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that it contained incomparable true qi, which was not something he could block. When the small sword stabbed out, he held back 70% of his strength. When the machete and the sword met, this time there was no sound. Zhang Xiaohua used the small sword to knock against the thin machete and cut the soldier's hand. This move was obviously a flash of light, not one of the nameless sword moves. The soldier was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand to avoid the danger of losing his finger. And Zhang Xiaohua's move was already used, so at this time, her body was wide open. The soldier saw the opportunity and waved his hand again, which was precisely Zhang Xiaohua's flaw. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air and knew that it was not good. She circulated all of the true qi in her body and stopped in the air for a moment. Then she twisted her body and spun behind the soldier, and with a backhand, she stabbed at the soldier's neck. While the soldier was delayed, Qin Shiyue had already taken out the poison-repelling pill and swallowed 2 pills in one gulp. Then she closed her eyes and circulated her true qi to expel the poison. When Murong Jian saw this, he could not stand it and shouted loudly, "You little bastard, who are you? Why don't you abide by the Jianghu rules? We already agreed on a one-on-one battle, why did you interfere?" It was not that he did not want to go up and stab Qin Shiyue and send this person who made him gnash his teeth on the road to death. But Su Jiao Wang and the others seemed to have already known his thoughts and secretly circulated their true qi, preparing to kill this person at any time. Therefore, even if he had more than enough strength, he did not dare to. He firmly believed that as long as he made a move, this group of Jianghu boars would definitely not care about the rules and would immediately kill the 2 of them in the Sea of People's War. Zhang Xiaohua dodged the soldier's stab and used her ethereal body technique. Like a ghost, she dodged to the other side and stabbed the soldier's throat again. Hearing Murong Jian's question, she laughed loudly and said, "You ugly man, you are really stupid. The Jianghu rules are naturally for the people of Jianghu to use. Your young master is also not from Jianghu, why would I care about your Jianghu rules? Your young master just does not like the sight of you and wants to get rid of the strong and help the weak. What are you going to do about it?" Murong Jian was stunned and could not say anything. He innocently asked, "Uncle Su, this servant, he is not from your Jianghu mountain manor?" Su Jiao Wang laughed and said, "I don't know him. This person was brought here by Lord Qin. If you have any questions, you should ask Lord Ing." Murong Jian still did not give up and asked Ing Fei, "Lord Ing, your Tenryu sect broke the rules of the competition. I will let the soldiers in the navy spread the news and make your sect lose all face." Ing Fei looked at Qin Shiyue, who was recovering, and laughed, "That is not a problem. Go ahead and spread the news." This person is called Ren Xiaoyao and is not from my dragon god sect. As for whether he is from Jianghu or not, I do not know. What's wrong with people helping out when they see injustice? Even if he is from Jianghu, it is our great fortune to have such basic manners. Murong Jian pointed at Ing Fei and did not know what to say. He could only say, "Just you wait, I will definitely tell this matter to my seventh uncle." Zhang Xiaohua, who was fighting at the side, heard this and laughed. "This is easy. Why don't we just kill the two of them? Who will know?" Under the attack of the nameless soldier, this guy had no power to fight back and was forced to use his ethereal body movement technique to dodge the saber attacks. Yet, he still had the mood to say such vicious words. Lord Su Jiao and the others couldn't help but think, how can such a decisive person not be a member of the divine sect? It seems that we really have to kill him. At this time, Su Jiaodong's eyes were no longer colorful, only relief and joy. After Qin Shiyue swallowed the detoxification pill, the grayish-black color on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Zhang Xiaohua was forced to the point where she could not fight back, his face had already returned to normal. It was no wonder that the detoxification pill was a good antidote. It was a must-have for Jianghu people. Qin Shiyue opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Su Jiaotong's concerned expression. He smiled at her and nodded. Then, he stood up and looked at the two people who were fighting with a strange expression. Zhang Xiaohua was forced into a corner. Inadvertently, she saw Qin Shiyue stand up. She was very happy. She used her ethereal body art and flashed behind Qin Shiyue. She shouted, "I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless to reverse the situation. Brother, your martial arts are strong. I can't beat you. I can't care about your business. I will leave first. You can continue." Continue. After that, she squeezed out and sat back at the table, ready to eat and drink. However, at this time, the table was already filled with leftovers. How could she have the appetite? Su Jiao saw this from afar and gestured to his family members. The clever family members quickly went out. Not long after, better dishes were served in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Murong Jian gritted his teeth and looked at the complacent Zhang Xiaohua. He really wanted to twist his little head off. However, he had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. Even if she was not as good as him, she was not at a disadvantage because of her ghostly identity. How could he have the chance to capture her? Qin Shiyue stood with his hands behind his back. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the soldier with a smile. The soldier was somewhat regretful. He said disdainfully, "I have long heard that Qin Shiyue is open and upright. How can you be a coward who needs to rely on a servant to save you? Does our agreement still count? Are you admitting defeat yourself, or do you want us to announce that you have admitted defeat?" Qin Shiyue seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He laughed and said, "The agreement between us still counts. When did I say that it did not count? Then your servant pretended to be an outsider and interrupted our fight. Does this mean that you have lost?" Qin Shiyue touched his nose and said with a smile, "First of all, I want to make it clear that if our fight is interfered with by unrelated people, neither of us will be responsible. Secondly, didn't you hear from Ren Xiaoyao that he is not my servant, nor is he a family member of Su Jiao? He is also not a member of the Tenryu sect. What do you think I should do?" The soldier said, "We can only listen to you on this matter. Do you dare to make a vicious oath?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Qin Shiyue said, "I, Qin Shiyue, swear that if this Ren Xiaoyao is a member of the Tenryu sect or my servant, or someone related to me, I will be beheaded by the scimitar of this person in front of me." This oath was very vicious. The soldier was somewhat stunned. When he was about to speak, Qin Shiyue said, "What do you think of my oath?" "City Wemming." The nameless soldier's eyes shrank. He immediately returned to normal and said with a smile, "Lord Qin, you must be joking. This one is not called Sidu Mingyue. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Qin Shiyue rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "I have indeed never seen your face before, so I might have mistaken you for someone else. But this swift and fierce full moon scimitar technique is the family heirloom martial arts of the Righteous Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader Situ. Although your scimitar has changed and your technique has also changed, how can the blade intent in your bones change? In the Situ family, other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who is as young as you and has such great skills. When the nameless soldier heard this, he laughed out loud and said, as expected of Qin Shiyue. You're a genius. I tried so hard to hide from your eyes, but you still saw through me. I've said it before, how can such a small scheme be shown in public? It's better to just kill my way over and convince you wholeheartedly. Qin Shiyue said, this Qin has been very careful along the way, waiting for your Righteous Alliance to make a move. But I really didn't expect that the Righteous Alliance, who has always been famous for their open schemes, would actually play such a dirty trick. The world is really degenerating with each passing day. Seeing Qin Shiyue shaking his head as he spoke, Sidi Yueming became angry out of shame and said, no matter what kind of scheme it is, taking your life is a good scheme. Qin Shiyue, seeing that your name also has the word you, I will let you die a little faster. After saying this, his scimitar flashed and slashed over. Qin Shiyue's lips curled into a smile. The soft sword in his hand was like a snake spitting out its tongue, touching the side of the scimitar. The scimitar seemed to have been struck by lightning and trembled incessantly. Situ Yueming couldn't help but be shocked. He had already exchanged a few moves with Qin Shiyue. He was very clear about Qin Shiyue's skills. That was why he boasted that he would let him die a quick death. But after exchanging blows, why did Qin Shiyue suddenly seem like a different person? Could it be that Qin Shiyue had really cured the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Zhen Qi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shiyue was outdated. This guy's martial arts were a level higher than his. Chapter 280. Seeing that Qin Shiyue's internal energy was so pure, Sidi Yueming could not help but think, could it be that Qin Shiyue had completely removed the poison in his body? Could he fully mobilize the Jinqi in his meridians? If that was the case, then the Righteous Alliance's information on Qin Shiyue was outdated. This fellow's martial arts were a level higher than his. Sidi Yueming was right. Just now, Qin Shiyue could not take the poison-dispelling pill and could only use his internal energy to suppress the spread of the poison. The Jinqi in his meridians could only be used 3 times out of 10. 70% of his Jinqi was used to resist the spread of the poison. Because of this, he fell far behind Sidi Yueming and was chased by him, almost losing his life. Vengeance killings in Jianghu were all planned out before acting. They were all done with the basics. For example, Situ Yueming was sent out based on the current information from the Righteous Alliance. They believed that he would be able to deal with Qin Shiyue perfectly. That was why they sent him out. This perfection naturally took some effort, but it was not too difficult. Only then could they show the demeanor of a sect in Jianghu. If they sent out Zhang San or Nen Fengyun to kill Qin Shiyue, they would become a laughing stock. Even if they could easily kill Qin Shiyue, it would make the Righteous Alliance unable to raise their heads in Jianghu in the future. The accuracy and completeness of this information was very thought-provoking. For example, this time, the Righteous Alliance had clearly misjudged Qin Shiyue's strength and sent out Situ Yueming, whose strength was a level lower. The result could be imagined. Therefore, it was still that old saying. When comparing information and martial arts, sometimes martial arts were not important. In fact, if Qin Shiyue did not capture Zhang Xiaohua and bring her back to the Dragon God sect and did not meet Su Jiaodong in Jingyue City, it could be imagined that he might have died from the poison. But the truth was the truth. It was not that many possibilities and accidents were hidden. It was this ordinary-looking youth that reversed the situation in one fell swoop. The reason was that he missed a girl that he thought he had forgotten. Qin Shiyue did not know how he could repay Zhang Xiaohua. Perhaps he did not even think about it. Right now, he was only thinking about the Righteous Alliance in front of him, who was somewhat as famous as him in Jianghu. The people in Jianghu were the most nosy and there was no lack of gossip. Qin Shiyue and Sidi Yueming both had the word you in their names. Therefore, the nosy people would use the word you behind their backs to faintly compare each other. Moreover, the two were similar in age and their martial arts were also similar. However, Sidi Yueming was more secretive than Qin Shiyue. Everyone in Jianghu knew of his name, but very few people had seen him. If it was not for the saber intent of the full moon scimitar, Qin Shiyue reckoned that he would not have thought of Situ Yueming, who was as famous as him. However, the Righteous Alliance had miscalculated 2 steps. First, the Dragon God sect had a deep foundation and was far from what the Righteous Alliance could compare to. The poison-repelling pill for detoxification originated from the Immortal path. Although the medicinal ingredients and refining method had the characteristics of martial arts, there were still many things that had been preserved. This kind of pill was more than enough to deal with the poison of martial arts. Naturally, it would be able to cleanse the poison in a very short period of time and allow Qin Shiyue to recover to his peak. Second, the martial arts of the Dragon God sect also originated from the Immortal path. Qin Shiyue could be considered as a side branch of the direct disciples. The martial arts that he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. The information that the Righteous Alliance had was correct a few years ago. However, it could not compare to Qin Shiyue's rapid progress in cultivation. In these short few years, the Righteous Alliance had used their own disciples' level to measure Qin Shiyue. On the path of martial arts, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge mistake. Not to mention that Qin Shiyue was a level higher than Situ Yueming. Situ Yueming's scimitar could no longer release lightning at will like before. The moment the scimitar's lightning came out, it was strangled by the flexible sword like a spirit snake. In an instant, there was no sound. Situ Yueming knew that this operation could be considered a failure. However, he still had a trace of confidence. His Qinggong was one of the best among the Righteous Alliance disciples of the same generation. If he threw away his restraint and insisted on escaping, although Qin Shiyue's Qinggong was extremely good, he might still have a chance. Just as he was thinking, Qin Shiyue let out a long whistle. Full of energy, he smiled and said, "Situ Yueming, stay here." As he said that, he pointed his flexible sword at Situ Yueming's face. At the same time, his left hand slightly opened, covering the main pressure point on his chest. Seeing this, Situ Yueming knew that Qin Shiyue had used his ultimate move. His sword flashed and there were endless moves behind it. His left hand also felt that there was no room for him to dodge. He could not help but feel anxious. Without even looking at Murong Jian, he jumped up with the tip of his foot. His body turned in the air and directly flew out of the hall. His posture looked somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua. On the side, Zhang Xiaohua hid behind the crowd and used her divine sense to observe the battle. After watching for a long time, she discovered another use of divine sense. No matter if it was Qin Shiyue or Situ Yueming, under divine sense, their moves, real moves, feints, all kinds of moves, changes, they were all exposed. This was the last move of the two. Situ Yueming saw that Qin Shiyue's move could not be blocked, but Zhang Xiaohua saw a few flaws in Qin Shiyue's move. As long as Situ Yueming used these flaws, he would be able to block the move. Moreover, one of the flaws was very serious. If used properly, he could even directly defeat Qin Shiyue. Seeing that Situ Yueming actually ran away, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be that her martial arts were actually higher than Situ Yueming's? In her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen that Situ Yueming's Qinggong was indeed very high, but it was not much worse than her. Her ethereal steps had only been practiced to the 3rd level, and she had no chance to practice the later cultivation methods. This levitation technique could only be used as a Qinggong now. Compared to Qin Shiyue, she was still a little worse. Situ Yueming certainly could not outrun Qin Shiyue. Sure enough, seeing Situ Yueming float up, Qin Shiyue's mouth curled up. She exerted force on her feet and ran from the ground to the door of the hall. In a flash, she was less than 2 steps away from the door. When she was a little closer, she rushed forward and reached out to grab Situ Yueming's feet. Situ Yueming heard the sound of the wind under his feet and couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's Qinggong was actually so powerful? However, he immediately understood that his knowledge of Qin Shiyue's martial arts was still at the level of the intelligence report. Presumably, her Qinggong was far beyond his expectations. But now was not the time to investigate the matter of the intelligence report. He immediately kicked his feet and dodged Qin Shiyue's hand. But with this delay, his Zhen Qi became turbid and his body immediately sank. Sidi Yueming gritted his teeth and forcefully reversed the flow of his Zhen Qi. His body rose again and rushed out of the door. Seeing that he had rushed out, Sidi Yueming was overjoyed. He was about to exert force again to break out of the cage, but at this time, there was a black shadow in front of him. When he looked carefully, wasn't it Qin Shiyue who was still in the hall? How did he appear in front of him in such a short time? Without waiting for Sidi Yueming to understand, Qin Shiyue waved his right hand and the flexible sword slashed toward Sidi Yueming. Seeing Qin Shiyue use the flexible sword to slash at him, Sidi Yueming was puzzled. Could the flexible sword be used like this? But Qin Shiyue's sword slash was smooth and the technique was strange. It was even faster than a sword stab. At this time, Sidi Yueming was already at the end of his tether. He hadn't even stabilized his Zhen Qi from reversing the flow of his Zhen Qi, so how could he possibly summon any more Zhen Qi? With a pu sound, Sidi Yueming's head was separated from his body. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps before falling to the ground. You actually killed him. At this time, everyone had just arrived at the entrance of the hall. Murong Jian angrily pointed at Qin Shiyue and asked, "You didn't know that he was my guard?" Qin Shiyue shook the flexible sword and blood splattered everywhere. He smiled and said, "Commander Murong, you seem to have forgotten that mistakes are inevitable in a battle. I am truly sorry." Without waiting for Murong Jian to speak, Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, although Lord Qin made a mistake, the result of the battle has already been decided. Does Sir have any orders?" "Orders?" Murong Jian shrugged. He looked at the flexible sword that was still dripping with blood and said, "You have more people. Just now, a little brat that came out of nowhere was able to interrupt the battle. This Lord Qin even had the guts to slash my guard. What can I say? Just wait and see. The Navy, will not be bullied by anyone." Actually, everyone present was well aware that Murong Jian did not come here with good intentions to propose marriage. These guards were probably set up long ago. However, he had used words to trap everyone. He only said that it was a marriage proposal and a competition, so no one could do anything to him. Moreover, he was the commander of the Navy and was also the relative of the city's garrison. If the 3 seas and 7 rivers wanted to live in Jianghu City, they had no choice but to lower their heads. After Murong Jian finished speaking, he was about to leave. Su Jiaoqing stopped him and said, "Commander Murong, Lord Qin won the battle today. A man's words carry enormous weight. Don't mention this marriage proposal again in the future. What do you think?" Murong Jian gritted his teeth and said, "A man's words cannot be taken back. Since this commander lost to Lord Qin today, as long as Lord Qin is alive, this commander will not see Lady Jiao Tong for a day." These words were strange, but the meaning was in line. Su Jiaoqing smiled and said, "Commander Murong, don't be like this. The Navy and the South Sea are still friends. If you are free in the future, you are still welcome to come to our residence." Murong Jian coldly snorted and was about to leave. Su Jiaotong called out, "Lord Murong, please bring back the box you brought later." After speaking, she ran back to the main hall. Not long after, she came out with the box and casually tossed it to Murong Jian. Murong Jian bitterly smiled and received it. He patted it and said, "Su Jiaoqing, you didn't even open the box to take a look." Su Jiaoqing smiled and shook his head. He did not reply. Seeing this, Murong Jian felt bored. He held the box in one hand and stroked it with the other as he walked past Qin Shiyue. At this time, something strange happened. Murong Jian activated some mechanism. With a creak, a black light shot out from the small box and headed straight for Murong Jian's heart. Chapter 281. Qin Shiyue was very close to Murong Jian and had already let down his guard. The black light from the mechanism came so quickly that Qin Shiyue didn't even have time to react before it pierced his heart. Qin Shiyue's right hand immediately covered his chest. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fell limply to the ground. "Little you!" Su Jiaotong finally called out and ran to Qin Shiyue with tears streaming down her face. The Su Jiaoqing and the others were also furious. Just as they were about to step forward and surround Murong Jian did not panic. He swung his right hand upwards and a whistling arrow shot into the sky. When it reached midair, it exploded with a pa sound. After that, a faint clamor could be heard from outside. Su Jiao asked, "Lord Murong, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has treated you well. What do you mean by this?" Murong Jian sneered, "Old man Su, your Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been in the Southern Sea for too long. Isn't it time to consider changing owners? I'm soft-hearted, so I'll help you share your responsibility. From now on, I'll take care of everything in the Serpent Palace." Su Jiao couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Murong Jian and couldn't help but laugh. "Little Murong, I respect you as the Navy commander of this city and have treated you well. Although I haven't personally dealt with you, Jiaotong and the others have always been respectful to you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and have been plotting against my Serpent Palace for so long. Your Southern Sea Serpent Palace is nothing but a nobody in the Jianghu. In the future, you'll be recruited by the government and have a bright future. It's better than riding on the Tenryu Sex boat. Moreover, after you've submitted to the government, I'll take back the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's name. It's better than being a serpent under the Tenryu sect." Su Jiao didn't let it go and said, "The government and the Jianghu have always minded their own business. Everything in the Jianghu is decided by the people of the Jianghu. You're just a small commander and you dare to say such big words? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Little Murong, if you know what's good for you, let go now. You go your way and I'll go mine. I won't say anything about you in front of General Lu. What do you think?" Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Wait until I take you all down, then what's done is done. What can General Lu say? I'll first offer the wealth of the South Sea Dragon Palace. In the future, the income of the South Sea will be increased by 30%. Do you think he will still remember your friendship? You want to take us down? Do you think you're Situ Yueming? The Su Jiao King found it funny. Before the Su Jiao King could finish his words, Murong Jian's figure flashed, leaping towards Qin Shiyue. When Qin Shiyue collapsed on the ground, Su Jiaodong was the first to rush over, followed by Ying Fei, whose face was filled with grief and indignation. At this time, seeing Murong Jian rushing over, Ying Fei pulled out his sword and blocked in front of him, thrusting his sword towards Murong Jian. In Ying Fei's mind, his sword would definitely force Murong Jian to retreat. Unfortunately, reality always exceeded his imagination. Murong Jian's figure spun and dodged to the side. He took out a dagger from his bosom and casually flicked it. It was precisely Ying Fei's wrist. Ying Fei's heart jumped. How was this the clumsy and ugly man he saw at the city gate? He quickly retracted his hand and drew a sword flower with his sword, guarding an opening. However, Murong Jian didn't even bother with him. He flashed past him and moved to Su Jiaodong's side. Su Jiaodong was facing Qin Shiyue, who was lying on the ground. Why would she care about anything else? Murong Jian reached out and grabbed Su Jiaodong. The dagger was pressed against her throat. He turned around to face the crowd and said with a smile, "Naturally, I don't need to take you all down. I only need to follow Miss Jiaodong and wait for my subordinates to take over the manor. What do you all think?" While he was speaking, Su Jiaodong struggled forward and bumped into the dagger in his hand. Murong Jian was shocked. He quickly exerted strength in his hand and firmly held Su Jiaodong in his hand so that she couldn't move. Then he looked at the crowd whose faces had changed and said, "Old man Su, look at you all. This commander originally wanted to take the soft path and start with Miss Jiaodong. First, I will let you enjoy being a father-in-law. However, this Su Jiaodong didn't fall for this young master's trick and didn't give this commander a chance. If it wasn't for the Righteous Alliance's City Yueming, I wouldn't have known that Qin Shiyue had also come to Jingyue City. I originally wanted to use the opportunity when Situ Yueming got rid of Qin Shiyue to persuade you with a betrothal gift. However, I never thought that my flawless plan would be ruined by a random person. However, fortunately, I still had a backup plan. Father-in-law didn't want to accept the betrothal gift, so I could only let Qin Shiyue accept it. You think I don't know that he is Qin Shiyue? You still want to act like an elder in front of me. If I don't kill him, who will? He still wants to snatch a beauty from me. He must be tired of living. All right, father-in-law, this commander won't talk too much with you. Miss Jiaodong, come with me first. After we consummate our marriage, we will return to pay our respects to your family. After speaking, he hugged Su Jiaodong and was about to walk out. How could the crowd be willing to comply? They all pulled out their weapons and ran forward. Murong Jian used a dagger to point at Su Jiaodong's throat and said, "All of you stop. If you take half a step forward, I will make my move and slit Jiaodong's throat." Seeing this, the crowd didn't dare to go forward. Su Jiaodong struggled with all her strength to get closer to the dagger. However, Murong Jian was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only now did he reveal his true strength. How could Su Jiaodong struggle? Zhang Xiaohua was also standing behind the crowd. She was considering whether or not to make a move to save Su Jiaodong. At this time, a gentle voice sounded from behind her, "I have long since found you an eyesore. Murong, Sidu Huangpu Shengguan, I hate these compound surnames the most. Do you think you are acting in a garden?" Murong Jian was shocked. This voice was very familiar. Could it be? He didn't dare to imagine. He quickly turned around. What entered his eyes was a smiling face with a head full of white hair and a sword light that slashed horizontally towards him. This was also his last impression in this world. Immediately, his big head flew into the sky along with the sword light. Blood splashed all over Su Jiaodong's body. When Jiaodong heard this unforgettable voice, she was already in a daze. How could she care about this? She flew into Qin Shiyue's arms. Her blood also stained Qin Shiyue's body. Qin Shiyue smiled and stroked Su Jiaodong's black hair. After a while, Su Jiaodong understood what was going on. She grumbled coquettishly and pushed him away. She moved to the side with a shy expression on her face. Ying Fei was the closest to her. He also moved closer and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong?" Qin Shiyue looked at Ying Fei, then looked at the Su Jiao King and the others who were also filled with confusion. She opened her left hand. In her hand was a short arrow. There was no trace of blood on the arrow. Qin Shiyue then used her hand to pull out a hole in her clothes. She smiled and said, "I have frightened everyone. When I went out, my master gave me a treasure to protect my heart. I originally thought that my master was being too careful. I didn't expect that I would use it here. This Murong Jian is really a bastard. He actually acted so well. I didn't expect him to have such skills. Moreover, he has such big ambitions. I really didn't expect him to have such great skills." The Su Jiao King smiled and said, "Lord Qin is wise and resourceful. You have really opened my eyes. However, this Murong Jian's tricks are like child's play in front of Lord Qin." Lord Qin easily resolved it and even managed to get so many secrets out of him. This old man and the others are full of admiration. Then he listened to the sounds outside and said, "However, this guy also has some influence in Jianghu City. The people outside the villa must be his subordinates who are attacking. Lord, this old man's villa is only a temporary residence in Jianghu City. We are also familiar with the government's forces. We don't have much defensive power. After attacking for a while, we must have reached our limit. Although we are not afraid of the soldiers, we do not fight with the officials. Moreover, they are using the government's name and have other plans. Moreover, we killed Murong Jian. It will be difficult to explain to General Liu. The guards of Jianghu City won't let us go. In this old man's opinion, Lord Qin, why don't we hide for a while and talk to General Liu after these things have calmed down? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue said apologetically, "Su Jiao King, I acted quickly and killed Murong Jian. It seems that I have provoked a troublesome matter. The matters here have always been managed by the Su Jiao King. Naturally, I will listen to the Su Jiao King. We will do as you say." The Su Jiao King said, "It's not that we are afraid of the government. Murong Jian has been killed. Our Dragon God sect has never been afraid of anyone. It's just that we are in their territory. It's difficult for two fists to fight against four legs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's leave the city first." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "We will follow the Su Jiao King's arrangement." When the Su Jiao King heard this, he turned around and said, Everyone, let's go. Follow this old man out of Jianghu city. Let's go to the South Sea and have some fun. The other 2 seas and 7 waters laughed and said, let's go. We all live on the water. We don't feel at ease on the ground. It's better to go back to the water. After that, they followed the Su Jiao king to the back of the hall. When everyone moved, Zhang Xiaohua was revealed behind them. When Qin Shiyue saw this, he smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao, thank you for saving my life. I will not forget it. However, you still have the cauldron, so I don't dare to make the decision to let you go. Follow me back to the Dragon God sect. I will report everything to the sect leader and ask my master to put in a good word for you. As long as you tell the truth, I guarantee that the sect leader will not make things difficult for you. As long as your sect can hand over the cauldron, or you can just tell me your sect, the sect leader will naturally let you go. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The cauldron is in my arms. What do you want me to say? I can't take it out. It's really difficult for me. In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua discovered the wonderful use of divine sense in martial arts, he was no longer afraid of Qin Shiyue. He was confident and capable of escaping from Qin Shiyue's pursuit and even winning. However, looking at the current situation, there must be a lot of navy outside. He would not be stupid enough to leave Qin Shiyue's protection and make trouble for those soldiers. Therefore, he said with a smile, since Lord Qin said so, I will follow you. Please put in a good word for me in front of your sect leader in the future. Chapter 282. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua's cooperation. The situation just now was really critical. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua, he would have been poisoned to death on the ground. Therefore, on one hand, he was ruthless to Situ Yueming and Mu Rongjian, not letting them live. On the other hand, he was really grateful to Zhang Xiaohua from the bottom of his heart. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua was involved in an important matter that the leader of the divine sect cared about. Otherwise, he could have made the decision to let Zhang Xiaohua go. Of course, what he said to Zhang Xiaohua just now was also sincere. He was not a gentleman who did not repay kindness. Qin Shiyue never thought of himself as a gentleman. However, he disdained to be ungrateful. Everyone followed Lord Su Jiao around the hall. On the other side of the island, there were a few smaller boats. Everyone sat separately. Although Su Jiaodong lost her composure just now and didn't get close to Qin Shiyue again, she still chose to sit in the same boat as Qin Shiyue. Although one was surrounded by everyone and the other was standing silently at the bow of the boat, her eyes still secretly and inadvertently glanced over. After everyone boarded the boat, Lord Su Jiao gestured to a servant. The servant turned around and soon, a special signal flew into the air. Lord Su Jiao smiled and said to Qin Shiyue, let's go now. Let the men disperse too. It's not good to fight with these navies who don't know the inside story. We might have to meet again in the next day. Qin Shiyue nodded and said, Lord Su Jiao is very thoughtful. I wonder if he... Lord Su Jiao pointed to the other side of the lake and said, when we settled down in Jianghu city, the Jiao Palace had already thought about it. Jianghu city isn't our territory, so we always feel like we're under someone else's control. This escape route was arranged long ago and hasn't been used for so many years. Lord Qin, you've got a taste of something new this time. Qin Shiyue smiled bitterly and said, Lord Su Jiao is making fun of me. It's better not to have a taste of something new. Everyone roared with laughter, and the slightly tense atmosphere was swept away. On the opposite side of the lake was the back of the manor. It was impossible to reach from either side of the manor on land. The Su Jiao king purposely left a waterway here, which was blocked by an iron fence. After the small boat passed through, a servant closed the fence. The small boat traveled for a while and entered a rugged bend. Jianghu city was the estuary of the river. There were many waterways in the city, which were densely packed like a spider web. Under the control of an experienced servant, the small boat quickly passed through many waterways and arrived at a secluded place. On the shore, the family members had already prepared horses. Even the horse that Qin Shiyue rode over was among them. The Su Jiao king smiled and said, Lord Qin, please get on the horse. We'll make plans after we leave the city. Qin Shiyue nodded with a smile and took the lead to get on the horse. Then, under the leadership of the Su Jiao king, the group of people quickly left Jianghu city. Originally, Zhang Xiaohua thought that since the navy was attacking the manor of the Su Jiao king, why would they open the city gate? However, things were out of her expectations. There was no interrogation at the city gate and they directly left. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. This Murong Jian might really be doing this behind the back of General Liu and his 7th uncle's guard. Seeing that there was no danger and they had safely left the city, Zhang Xiaohua's mind became active again. She was ready to find an opportunity to escape. Could it be that she had to follow Qin Shiyue to that Tenryu sect? Just as she was thinking, Qin Shiyue asked, "Lord Su Jiao, may I ask where are we going?" The Su Jiao king said with a smile, "Lord Qin, don't be alarmed. This old man originally wanted to let you do your job well in Jianghu city. Who would have thought that such a big mistake would happen? Naturally, we can't stay in Jianghu city any longer. The things that Lord Sect leader needs are being transported here by sea. Why don't we go to the sea and welcome them? I think that after you receive the things, you should go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. Since you're already here, I won't be able to live with myself if I don't do my part as a host." Qin Shiyue nodded and said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao King, you didn't plan to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace. This time, no matter what, you have to let me go to the South Sea Serpent Palace to take a look." The Su Jiao King said, "It's all this old man's negligence. I just wanted to let you finish your task as soon as possible, but I neglected it. I should accept my punishment." Then he looked at Su Jiaodong and said, "Lord Qin, this time you know the way. If you're free in the future, you can come often." How could Qin Shiyue not know what he meant? She said repeatedly, of course, I will come often." When Su Jiaodong heard this, she was also full of smiles and lowered her head to accompany her. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow behind Qin Shiyue, he had already vaguely heard through his divine sense that they were going to the sea. He couldn't help but be moved when he heard that they were going to go to the sea. The last time he came back from the seaside with his second brother, the accountant of the escort agency told him about the magnificence of the sea. He regretted that he hadn't seen the sea for a long time. Now he was going to go to the sea. If he could really experience the feeling of the sea, how could he refuse? The thought of running away just as it arose in his heart disappeared immediately. Anyway, he already had the ability to escape from Qin Shiyue. It didn't matter if he stayed here for a while. He would go to the South Sea first and enjoy the journey with Qin Shiyue. It wouldn't be too late for him to escape when he got tired of it. The group went out of the city. They didn't go along the main road. Instead, they found a familiar path. After running for a while, they came to a place with lush trees and hills. Lord Su pointed at a low-lying place with his whip and said, "Lord Qin, please look. Between those two hills is the secret harbor of our South Sea Dragon Palace." Sure enough, when they turned around the hill, they saw several large ships. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Are these the ships that go to the sea?" Everyone abandoned their horses and got on the ship. Their families led their horses to another ship. Then, they raised the sail and the anchor and sailed out of the harbor. When the ship left the harbor, Zhang Xiaohua found that the ship was sailing on a wide river. The place they had just sailed out of was a rather hidden place where the river flowed back. If they hadn't just come out of that place, how could they believe that there was a harbor between two bare hills? Not long after, there were many boats on the river, big and small. Some went down with the current, and some went against the current. It was really lively. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time on a boat, and it was a novel experience for her. She stood by the side of the boat and looked around. The river was very gentle, and the ship was quite big. It didn't shake very much. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. In the books, it was said that ships swayed violently on the water. Those who had never been on a ship would get seasick easily. However, she didn't feel it at all. Lord Su stood at the bow of the ship with Qin Shiyue and said, "Lord Qin, this is your first time on the sea, right?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "The divine sect is located in a vast area. It's hard to have a chance to go to the sea. We don't even travel on the water." Lord Su smiled and said, "That's good. This time, you can see the scenery of the sea. Besides, I'm a little tired. I'll go to the cabin to rest. Alas, I'm old. My body is unforgiving." Then he turned his head and said, "Jiaodong, come here and tell Lord Qin about the interesting things on the sea." When he saw Su Jiaodong coming forward shyly, he cupped his hands and turned to enter the cabin. Qin Shirui and Su Jiaodong stood at the bow of the ship, pointing and laughing. Su Jiaodong gradually got rid of her shyness and smiled brightly. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to listen to some of the experiences on the sea, but as she listened, she became sentimental. Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to listen anymore. She walked to the stern of the ship and enjoyed the scenery on the river. After a while, the ship left the sea. Seagulls soared and the sea and sky met. The magnificent scenery made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. In the past, she only saw this scenery in books and didn't feel anything. Now, it seemed like it was 10,000 times more intense than what was described. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling. The world was so beautiful and life was so beautiful. If she was lucky enough to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers, how happy would it be? Looking at the boundless sea, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense without limit. Her state of mind was also constantly improving. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was going to fly with the wind. Perhaps it was because of the vast sea, or the improvement of her state of mind. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense seemed to be a little stronger, and the range it covered was slightly larger. However, the sea was not as thick as the land. It seemed to be very sticky, and it was difficult for her divine sense to penetrate it. She probed down, but it was difficult to go deep. However, on the boundless sea, her divine sense was a little short. At a glance, the countless stars on the horizon were motionless black dots, which couldn't be seen by her divine sense alone. Zhang Xiaohua understood that the motionless black dots were the distant ship. It was because it was very far away that she couldn't feel its movement. At this moment, the sea was a little rough, and the ship was bobbing up and down. From time to time, waves hit the side of the ship. A salty and fishy smell came, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel very refreshed. After a while, she saw a huge ship coming from the other side. It was approaching them. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Was this still a ship? Compared to the ship she was on, hers could only be called a small boat. When the huge ship got closer, the Su Jiao king walked out of the cabin. He looked at the dumbfounded Qin Shirui with a smile and said, "Lord Qin, please. This is the ship that we should take when we go out to sea. This is just a riverboat that sent us here. This ship is too deep in the water, and we can't go to the area around Jianghu city." Soon, a basket was thrown down from the huge ship, and the people on the small boat were lifted up one by one. Zhang Xiaohua got on the huge ship, and her footing was very stable. There were no bumps and ups like when she was on the small boat. At this moment, the Su Jiao king explained to Qin Shirui again, "The sea is the most turbulent, and it's not as calm as the estuary. A riverboat is small, and it's only suitable for the river. If it's in the sea, it'll be overturned by a single wave. If you don't take this huge ship, you can't go out to sea no matter what." Qin Shirui sighed and said, "Read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. If you don't go to the sea, how can you see such a huge ship?" Chapter 283. Looking at it from afar, she only felt that the giant boat was very big. But when she was on the deck, she really understood the meaning of the word big. Just one side of the giant boat was wide enough for 8 carriages side by side. The bow and stern of the boat were even more spacious. Countless sailors were busy going back and forth, so it did not seem crowded. The cabin of the giant boat was in the shape of a building in the center. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and found that there were as many as 5 floors. Especially the 2 floors below the deck, there were many sailors doing all kinds of work there. There were more sailors than on the deck. At this time, the people on the 2 boats boarded the giant boat. Even their horses were brought up by the sailors and pulled into the cabin to take care of them. Just now in the villa in Jianghu city, they did not have a good chat before Murong Jian disturbed them. Then they fought and ran away. In such a short time, so many things happened. Only Lord Su Jiaodong and Lord Su Jiaotong communicated with Qin Shiyue more. Now that they were finally in their own territory, they did not have to worry about their safety. The lords of the other two seas and the gang leader of Seven Water all gathered around and hurriedly expressed their loyalty and concern. In fact, thinking about it just now, it was indeed dangerous. Everyone was a little scared. They actually fell into the trap of a boorish navy man. Even if they wanted to help, they could not. If it were not for the servant next to them, they did not dare to imagine what would happen. Therefore, among the gang leaders, some struck up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not refuse and smiled and talked nonsense with them. However, he did not talk about his background and origin. Who knew if they had been instructed by Qin Shiyue to secretly inquire about him? Although Zhang Xiaohua was born in a poor family and had no experience in Jianghu, and his life experience was also very different, he was smart and had read a lot of books. These people were far from being comparable to him. Even if he talked nonsense according to a few travel books, he could still scare them. Moreover, now that he was looking at these people from the height of immortality, he naturally had a sense of superiority in his heart. This kind of momentum flashed in his chatter from time to time. Not long after, several people struck up a conversation with him. If it were not for his low martial arts and ignorance of some secrets in Jianghu, they would have thought that he was an elite disciple cultivated by a big sect. After chatting for a while, the banquet in the cabin was ready. Then, everyone entered one by one. Zhang Xiaohua had just used his spiritual mind to scan the cabin, but when he entered, he was still shocked by the sight in front of him. Not to mention that the cabin was actually twice as big as the hall of the villa, the gorgeous decoration, the coiling dragon pillars, the magnificent palace lanterns, and other things made him infinitely surprised. After entering the banquet, everyone drank freely. They talked and urged Qin Shiyue to drink. Although Su Jiaodong was very unwilling to let Qin Shiyue drink too much because she was worried about his body that had just been poisoned, how could she say it out loud? Qin Shiyue did not understand several hints, so he could only sit aside and watch worriedly. Fortunately, Ying Fei was tactful and knew the effect of the detoxification pill. He found an opportunity to whisper it to Su Jiaodong. Only then did Su Jiaodong smile and happily drink a few cups with Qin Shiyue. Everyone was a person with profound internal strength, so they were also in a good mood. This banquet would not end. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay at the banquet. He found an opportunity to go forward and leave. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei knew his problem. Besides, where could he escape to in this vast sea? They were very relieved and let him go first. Before leaving, Qin Shiyue comforted him with a smile and asked him to have a good rest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that today's words were true, so he thanked them and let the sailor take him out of the cabin. The room arranged for Zhang Xiaohua was on the second floor of the cabin. It was a room about the same size as his hut in the Huanxi villa. Zhang Xiaohua entered the room and looked around. He used his spiritual mind to scan the room. He felt that there was nothing wrong, so he carefully closed the door. There were several windows in the room. Zhang Xiaohua casually pushed open a window. A salty sea breeze blew in his face. It was already late at night outside. His ears were full of the sound of the sea washing the deck. His eyes were full of darkness. Occasionally, there were a few lights, but they were like fireflies. They were far away and could not be seen. Looking further, the dark water was connected with the dark night sky. The sparkling stars in the night sky were reflected in the sea. It was really difficult to distinguish which part was the night sky and which part was the sea. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua felt a great sense of loneliness. He was like a little ant in the endless darkness, helpless to control his fate. But immediately, he was filled with a kind of incomparable pride. It seemed that the endless darkness was not really darkness. There were countless colors hidden in the darkness. He also had a desire to control the darkness. He wanted to uncover the surface of the darkness and reveal the mystery in the dark. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua collected his thoughts. His path of immortality had just begun. Perhaps after cultivating for a long time, he would be able to reveal the mysteries of the world. Leaning against the window and facing the wind, Zhang Xiaohua felt very comfortable. He suddenly thought of his levitation technique. Now that he could float a little, when he cultivated it to the peak, would he be able to fly around in the air like the wind? However, he believed that this realm was not something that he could achieve with the third level of the ethereal steps technique. If he had the opportunity to learn the next few levels of the technique, how good would that be? Unfortunately, the third level of the technique was exchanged for by him saving O Yan's life. He did not know how many more levels there were and what he could use to exchange for them. O Peng's life? Zhang Xiaohua laughed at himself. How could that be possible? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua thought of his earth escape technique. This technique did not seem to have any levels. If he cultivated it to the peak, would there be a miraculous effect? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Thinking back to that day, he thought that the earth escape technique was to dig a tunnel in the ground. It was really funny. From the way the earth escape technique was recorded, it was undoubtedly an immortal technique. How could its effect be compared to the earth escape technique? Maybe it was a technique that allowed him to walk in the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to start comprehending the earth escape technique when his heart was moved. He had not practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist for a long time. Why not take advantage of the fact that no one was watching and practice it? His divine sense swept across the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. The banquet was still going on downstairs. Therefore, he felt at ease and practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist until the long-lost warm current tempered his bones. Only then did he stop. This kind of comfortable feeling was indescribable. If it was not for the lack of time, he would have practiced the third level of the Big Dipper mystical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhang Xiaohua did not plan to continue comprehending the earth escape technique. It was late at night and he had a premonition that he would be able to sleep in the middle of the night. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 primordial stones from his bosom and held them tightly in his hands. He assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. When the heaven and earth yuan qi began to enter his body, his divine sense left his body and spread over the sea surface of the giant boat to guide the heaven and earth yuan qi. Unexpectedly, there was a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface. It was even more than that in the medicinal field. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why, but he still guided it. The heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be somewhat different from that on land. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea surface seemed to be more vigorous and moist. When the heaven and earth yuan qi entered the body, after being tempered by the meridians, it made the meridians more flexible. When Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, midnight came. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua fell into a deep sleep. He did not even withdraw his divine sense. If this was a normal sleep, the divine sense would naturally return to the body. However, Zhang Xiaohua's sleep was dominated by the flickering light and he did not withdraw it. When the flickering light filled Zhang Xiaohua's dream, his surroundings were also shrouded in a kind of weak flickering light. The starlight in the night sky was still shining, but on this empty sea surface, it attracted more starlight. The divine sense also increased the traction force, constantly drawing the heaven and earth yuan qi into the body. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the surrounding sea area was also constantly replenished and absorbed. In Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the primordial stones were also absorbed at a speed 10 times faster. After a few hours, the starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's body became more and more intense. It had already changed from invisible and transparent to now emitting a faint layer of milky white brilliance. It was extremely thin, like a layer of moonlight sprinkled on the body. However, the moon in the sky had already fallen on the other side of the giant ship and did not shine through the window. This brilliance lasted for a few moments, and the flickering frequency in Zhang Xiaohua's dream changed again. It flickered a few times, and the milky white brilliance around him was once again swallowed into the body. The thin and invisible starlight film was restored, but the concentration of the starlight was still the same, and the frequency was also fixed. However, he did not know if this was also a kind of promotion. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated for another night, and the banquet in the cabin also went on for the whole night. A touch of dawn appeared in the distant sky, and the banquet was delayed until it ended. Everyone did not tidy up and went back to their rooms to meditate and adjust their qi. At the place where the sea and the sky met, first it was clear, then it turned red, and that red color gradually burned. Suddenly, a red sun jumped out of the sea with a trace of flame. On the giant ship, on the first floor of the ship, Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and the flood dragon king of the 3 seas and 7 waters, as well as the gang leader, were all admiring the sunrise on the sea, pointing and laughing. In the cabin on the second floor, Zhang Xiaohua also suddenly opened his eyes the moment the flame jumped out. He was facing the window, and that flame was reflected in his deep eyes. In an instant, it seemed to have ignited something in his body. Unconsciously, the Zhen Qi in the meridians in his body began to circulate crazily, and the flickering of the Zhen Qi also became faster. The speed at which the Zhen Qi was extracted from the Zhen Qi suddenly increased by several times, and this huge amount of Zhen Qi pushed the refinement of the Zhen Qi in his body. Zhang Xiaohua still stared at the rising red sun with his eyes wide open. That flame seemed to be imprinted in his eyes, jumping as it breathed, reflecting the sun in the distance. Chapter 284. The speed at which Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the Yuan Qi from the primeval stones did not slow down because of his inattentiveness. Instead, it became even more frightening. Zhang Xiaohua did not move as he stared at the red sun. No, it should be said that the flames in his eyes reflected the red sun, rising slowly. When the red sun was halfway out, the Zhenqi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already reached saturation. He did not change his mental cultivation method, and according to the Carefree Heart Sutra, he used all his strength to attack a certain hidden acupoint in his meridians. It was the same as the first time he tried to level up in the Guizhuang house. The previous few times he failed, he was unable to break through the thin and tough membrane. However, every time he failed, more Zhenqi would gather. The Zhenqi absorbed from the primeval stones was also continuously refined and supplied. He did not know how many times he tried to break through, but in the end, the membrane could not hold on any longer. Some fine cracks appeared on it, and the abundant Zhenqi immediately rushed into the new meridians like mercury. Zhang Xiaohua's mental cultivation method changed, and he began to circulate the 3rd level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time, at the horizon, a red sun broke free from the shackles of the sea and leapt into the sky. The rising sun was so warm, like the yolk of a duck's egg, making people sigh in admiration. The flames in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately hid in the depths of his eyes, and could not be seen. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua close his eyes. When he opened them again, he had human emotions. At this time, the Zhenqi in his body also calmed down, smoothly refining in the new meridians. The speed at which he absorbed Yuan Qi from his hands also gradually stabilized, but it was already several times faster than before. Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately get up. Instead, he silently circulated the 3rd level of the mental cultivation method several times, warming his meridians for a while. Only then did he smile bitterly and stand up. He broke through from the 1st level to the 2nd level on the southern slope of the Guizhuang house. During his closed-door cultivation for several days, he was in a half-awake state, so he could be considered to have some consciousness. Today, he broke through to the 3rd level, but he was still in a half-awake state. However, the feeling of breaking through the bottleneck was real, and it was all achieved by him mobilizing his Zhenqi. Picking up the 2 yuan stones in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua scanned them with his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that he had absorbed more than 10% of the yuan qi in the 2 yuan stones. It was only then that he understood. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level of the aura refining realm, it had only taken him several dozen days, which could be considered inconceivable. Thinking about what he had experienced in the past several dozen days, going up Shichui Mountain to kill the bandits, going down Shichui Mountain to escape from Qin Shiyue, suffering torture at Qin Shiyue's hands, and helping her out in Jingyue City, he could be considered to have gone through a lot of hardships. His mental state had already reached a certain level long ago, but it was only because his Junqi was insufficient that he couldn't break through. Last night, when he sensed the heaven and earth, he gained something. He actually absorbed 10% of the Yuan Qi in the 2 Yuan stones. In other words, it was a genuine Yuan stone. This Yuan stone could not be compared to the broken stones in the auspicious 3 treasures. It would be strange if he couldn't break through. There was one more thing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Everything below the 6th level of the aura refining realm was the primary level of the aura refining realm, and it was the most difficult to get started. In fact, as long as he got started, he would be able to cultivate the first level of the cultivation technique, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate the next few levels. What was really difficult to cultivate were the 6th level of the middle level and the 6th level of the high level. Those levels couldn't be cultivated simply by absorbing Yuan Qi. However, in this era where the path of immortals had been annihilated and martial arts were prevalent, who could tell him? The records in the Carefree Heart Sutra were only theoretical things. How could they be as detailed as what his master taught him? Outside the window, the blue skies stretched for thousands of miles. Seagulls soared in the sky, and the endless waves rippled. It was truly a beautiful scene. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but release his divine sense. He was delighted to find that the range of his divine sense had been further expanded. It was actually several times larger than before. The entire ship and a large part of the sea were covered by his divine sense. Even the sea that he couldn't penetrate yesterday was now much deeper than before. This kind of divine ability that only middle-level aura refining cultivators possessed was actually possessed by Zhang Xiaohua early on. It was indeed a difficult mystery to solve. The people on the deck watched the sunrise above the sea, but they still hadn't woken up from the beautiful scenery. They didn't know that the inconspicuous youngster on the 2nd floor had already stepped into a whole new realm. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the intention to go downstairs to the deck. He was originally a prisoner of Qin Shiriyue. Even if she saved his life, he wouldn't put himself on the same level as the gang leader of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. He didn't want to blindly get involved with others. Moreover, what he needed to do most now was to improve his strength and quickly appreciate the magnificence of the sea. Then he would find a chance to escape. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave his room for the whole morning. Except for the breakfast delivered by the sailor, he had been practicing martial arts. He didn't stop until he had tempered his bones 9 times. The nameless sword in his left hand didn't need to be practiced anymore. He knew it like the back of his hand. Then he concentrated on practicing the incantation of the earth escape technique. The incantation was very difficult. After he comprehended the first incantation, he didn't make any progress on the second incantation. The key was that after Zhang Xiaohua tried, he didn't think that he should comprehend the incantations one by one and then combine them. The first incantation was to extract qi, the second incantation was to guide qi. If there was no qi being extracted, the second incantation couldn't be performed no matter what. Therefore, after several attempts and Zhang Xiaohua's own reflection, he completely overthrew his previous idea of comprehending the incantations one by one. Fortunately, he had now entered the 3rd layer of qi refining. The amount of qi in his body was several times larger than before. When he performed the first incantation, it was more than easy to extract qi. Zhang Xiaohua extracted qi. There was a ball between his fingers that was hard to see with the naked eye. Then he formed the second incantation with his fingers, trying to guide the ball of qi. However, he was careless and made a mistake. The qi immediately scattered. Zhang Xiaohua already had countless previous experiences. He released his divine sense and completely covered the ball of qi. It was then absorbed back into his meridians. This repeated several times, but he still couldn't succeed. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit impetuous. He knew he should have comprehended the incantation to this point in the morning. He didn't know what kind of taboos there were in cultivating the path of immortality, but when he was studying, young Master Li Jinfeng once said that the path of learning should be balanced between tension and relaxation. If he blindly pushed himself into a dead end, not only would he fail, but it would also be harmful to himself. Presumably, this was how learning should be. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked to the windowsill. Without using his divine sense, he could see Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaotong standing at the bow of the boat. Su Jiaotong spread her arms and looked like she was flying with her eyes slightly closed. Qin Shiyue was standing behind her with her arms around her waist. Facing the wind, they were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. What an affectionate couple. It's only been a few days, but they're already so passionate. However, after the covetousness, there was a trace of jealousy. Ever since those eyes flashed in his heart that day, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he hadn't forgotten her. However, the world was so big, who knew where she was? Using his divine sense, he scanned the entire boat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Water Gang leader were hiding in the cabin, smiling as they watched the infatuated couple perform under the sunlight. Ying Fei was so bored that he tossed the sword in his hand back and forth. He always had 1,000 complaints, but he didn't dare to disturb Lord Qin's flirting. Seeing Ying Fei playing with the sword, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. Other than the Fist of the North Star and the Nameless Sword, he didn't have any other attacking methods. It would be great if he could practice some sword techniques. Thinking of the Dharma sword in the Dalan Temple, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly lost interest. Those were all martial arts sword techniques, which might not be suitable for him. Even if he learned them, they might not be useful. Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword from his chest. Now he no longer doubted the origin of this small sword. There was no doubt that it was an item from the Immortal Tao. The Immortal Tao was once glorious in this world. Even if it was destroyed, many items must have been scattered. It was just that the people in the world didn't know. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and was attracted by the small sword's faint fluctuation of primordial qi. He had already sensed this fluctuation before, but he didn't have time to study it. Now he had the time. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and didn't see the words that appeared in the jade slip. He also didn't see the pair of jade bracelets. There was a restriction that bounced back. It was just that it easily penetrated. There seemed to be a space in the small sword, but it was different from the space in the money bag. The space in the money bag was used to store things, but the space in the small sword obviously didn't exist. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. What was this space for? So he used his left hand to play with the small sword while using his divine sense to scan the space in the small sword. Coincidentally, at this moment, a huge wave hit and the giant boat swayed slightly. Ying Fei, who was downstairs, lost his balance and the sword in his hand fell out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was upstairs, also lost his balance. However, Zhang Xiaohua's reaction was extremely fast. His left hand immediately grabbed the hilt of the small sword. But at this moment, his divine sense was still in the small sword space. Like a conditioned reflex, he instinctively used his divine sense to control the small sword. He wanted to stop the small sword in the air and prevent it from falling. In the end, a miracle happened. The heavy small sword actually stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down. His left hand just happened to grab the hilt of the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then his face immediately showed ecstasy. Could this be the secret of the small sword? He placed the small sword flat on the table and immersed his divine sense into it. He wanted to use his divine sense to move the small sword, but when his divine sense entered the small sword, it felt as if he was carrying a 10,000 gene heavy armor. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. If he hadn't really stopped the small sword for a moment just now, Zhang Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to be so whimsical. Zhang Xiaohua had always used his divine sense to scan. How would he know how to use his divine sense? He could only think about moving in his heart, but the small sword didn't move at all. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was racking his brains to move the small sword, he suddenly slapped his head. AI, didn't he have the textbook in his hand? Why did he have to fumble around? He immediately withdrew his divine sense from the small sword and carefully recalled the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Sure enough, at the 10th layer of Qi refining, he found a record of moving objects. Chapter 285. Object manipulation was a basic cultivation method for immortal cultivation. Basically, as long as one had divine sense, the first thing they could do was to manipulate objects. After all, this was the most basic difference between immortal cultivators and ordinary people. Moreover, this object manipulation ability was also the foundation for many other abilities, such as flying swords, the control of various magic weapons, and so on. Without object manipulation, it was unimaginable. The incantation for object manipulation was very short and not very obscure. Zhang Xiaohua recalled it for a while and recited it in her heart. She already had a general impression of it, and then lowered her head and closed her eyes to comprehend it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua did not make any other movements. Her right hand formed a simple incantation, and she muttered in her heart. She separated a small strand of her divine sense and sent it into the small sword. At first, it felt abnormally heavy, but after several attempts and pondering, Zhang Xiaohua gradually got the hang of it and became proficient. She felt the small sword gradually become lighter. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the small sword suddenly moved. Then, like a toddler who had just learned how to walk, it stuck its head out and then the entire small sword left the table and swayed up and down. However, after passing the most difficult step, the following steps immediately became smoother. Not long after, the small sword moved under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and its trajectory became clear. Most importantly, under the control of the object manipulation incantation, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel much weight under the control of her divine sense. It did not feel like she was holding it with her hands at all. This really made Zhang Xiaohua click her tongue in wonder. It turned out that the small sword was controlled by divine sense and not by hand. When Zhang Xiaohua could skillfully maneuver the small sword in the cabin and go wherever she wanted to go, it was already noon. Zhang Xiaohua was playing happily when a sailor knocked on the door. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put away the small sword and blamed herself for being careless. Now that she was at the third level of the qi refining realm, the consumption of her divine sense was not much. Why didn't she release her divine sense more often? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense out of her body before she got up and opened the door. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask someone to bring the food to the cabin to eat, but she had been cultivating in the morning and felt a little bored. She wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so she followed the sailor downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua had not yet come downstairs, but his divine sense had already swept through the entire ship. The banquet had already been arranged in the cabin, and everyone had already begun to happily toast each other, beginning to enjoy themselves luxuriously. Zhang Xiaohua's entrance did not attract too much attention. Qin Shiyue just looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded as a greeting. Zhang Xiaohua found a table at the door and sat down. Not long after, the sailor brought the food and wine. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and picked up the chopsticks to eat. The banquet in the cabin did not belong to her. She was just here to fill her stomach. The Three Seas Flood Dragon King and Seven Waters Gang leader were also fully aware of Zhang Xiaohua's background. They understood that he was related to their hierarch's important matter. The people who had tried to strike up a conversation with Zhang Xiaohua yesterday were still a little worried, so no one came to disturb them today. Zhang Xiaohua focused on eating and soon finished eating. Just as he was about to get up and leave, his divine sense suddenly detected a ship similar to this one rapidly approaching. His heart skipped a beat and he gave up on the idea of leaving. As expected, a sailor ran in and whispered into the creeping WM King's ear in less than a moment. After the sailor left, Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "Everyone, the things for our hierarch have been delivered. Now, Lord Qin can rest assured. Please have another cup of wine and we will present the things to him." Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was overjoyed. She raised her cup and drank with everyone. She said with a smile, "Thank you for your hospitality. Let's go. Lord Su Jiao, take me to see what good things you have prepared for our hierarch." Lord Su Jiao said with a smile, "It's nothing. Our hierarch didn't prepare many things this time. It's just a box. There are many other things, but they are all secular things. I don't know if our hierarch and Lord Qin are satisfied with them." After saying that, he led everyone out of the cabin, and Zhang Xiaohua naturally followed behind. A huge ship broke through the waves and came over. Its appearance and size were exactly the same as the one Zhang Xiaohua and the others were on. Moreover, there was a black dragon flag on the main mast. Needless to say, it was the ship of the South Sea Serpent Palace. When the ship approaches, a group of sailors carries a dozen large boxes over. The size of the boxes is about the same as the ones Zhang Xiaohua plundered from the secret chamber in Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua is curious. Before they carry the boxes over, he has been scanned by his divine awareness. It is not a big deal, but his saliva is about to flow out. Zhang Xiaohua had gotten 3 big boxes of money bags in the secret chamber in Shizue Mountain. He didn't count them carefully, but the things inside had made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy for a long time. He had never seen such wealth in his life. At that time, he had been shouting that he was rich, but those things were inferior to the things in the boxes in front of him. Not to mention that there were not as many things in the boxes, the quantity was also much less. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The bandits in Shizue Mountain were just ordinary people. How could they be compared with the South Sea Serpent Palace? They had a big family and a big business. They could easily give Zhang Xiaohua something that would scare him to death. Sure enough, Lord Su Jiao said to Qin Shiyue, "Lord Qin, these are all secular things for our hierarch. They are not worth mentioning. There are only 10 boxes in the gift list. Please deal with the rest." Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "Lord Su Jiao is too polite. How can I accept this?" "Lord Qin, you don't have to be so polite. In the divine sect, you always need to bribe people. Even if you don't like these secular things, there will be other people in the sect who are interested in them. Besides, you don't go out often, so it's rare for someone to be filial to you. Now you've accepted them, but Lord Gerudo won't like them." Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "Then I won't be so polite to you. I will come to the South Sea often in the future. Please give me more guidance." The more Lord Su Jiao looked at Qin Shiyue, the more he liked her. He said, "Well said. When you finish your task and come to the South Sea, I will welcome you well." Seeing that so many things had nothing to do with a single copper coin, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look at them. In the end, she didn't even look at the box that hadn't been moved yet. She turned around and went to the second floor of the cabin. After closing the cabin door, Zhang Xiaohua took out the small sword that she practiced in the morning. She used the magical power of controlling objects to control it and moved around the small cabin. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She had the ability to control objects, but it wasn't enough to kill the enemy. Where did the sword skills of the Immortal Tao come from? Naturally, she thought of the sword skills that she was proficient in using her left hand. She remembered that when Elder Yu taught her, there were sword skills and general principles. She had practiced a few sword skills with her left hand, but she couldn't figure out the general principles. Why not take it out and study it now? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and recalled. She matched the general principles with controlling objects. Then, she realized that the nameless sword skills were sword skills that could only be used to control objects. No wonder many of the skills were from unimaginable angles. If she only used her arm, how could she do it? In fact, what she could use with her left hand could only be used with her right arm. As for the skills that she couldn't use with her right arm, she couldn't practice them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua realized again. It wasn't that her aptitude wasn't good enough. It was that those skills couldn't be practiced in martial arts. If she practiced them by force, could she succeed? Thinking about Elder Yu's single arm, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. Perhaps this was the result of trying to practice the divine skills. Fortunately, she already knew how to control objects. The general principles were suddenly enlightened. She was also very familiar with the sword skills. This time, she only needed to switch from her hand to her divine sense. Although she wasn't used to it, it was still very easy. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua was able to practice the few variations of the nameless sword skill. When she finished practicing, she realized that the nameless sword skill wasn't like what Elder Yu said. It wasn't just a few variations of a single sword skill. Instead, it was a few completely different sword skills. It was just that using one's divine sense to drive and using one's arm was completely different. Elder Yu cultivated from the perspective of martial arts, so he naturally thought that it was just a few variations of a single sword skill. If she used her divine sense to drive it, it would be a series of sword skills. However, this sword skill was obviously a few variations of a set of sword skills. It didn't seem like a complete set of sword skills. No wonder Elder Yu said that it was an incomplete set of sword skills. However, even if it was an incomplete set of sword skills, it was still the first set of sword skills that Zhang Xiaohua mastered. She was able to block Sidi Yueming's attack with her left hand. If she used this small sword that was driven by her divine sense, she would definitely be able to win. Zhang Xiaohua practiced the sword skills with satisfaction before she put away her flying sword. At this time, everyone had returned to the cabin on the first floor. More than a dozen boxes were placed in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to look at them, but the incomplete set of sword skills made her change her mind. She released her divine sense and secretly observed the big box that had a lot of vital energy fluctuations. She thought to herself, I wonder if there are any jade slips that record the sword skills in this box? In the cabin on the first floor, the sailors placed the big boxes on the spot. Su Jiaowang didn't open them one by one for Qin Shiyue to see. Instead, he opened the big box that was filled with all kinds of jade items and said, Lord Qin, look. These are the things that we gathered from the 3 seas and 7 waters. Please take a look. Qin Shiyue didn't dare to be careless when she saw this. She walked forward and carefully took some of the jade items. There were all kinds of jade items. Some looked like small pieces of jade, some looked like jade knives, and some looked like small umbrellas. Qin Shiyue's eyes lit up as she flipped through the boxes. She took out a big piece of jade that was different from the other jade items. Chapter 286. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. How could he not know that it was a primordial stone? Qin Shiyue was surprised and a little surprised. She took out a similar stone from her arms. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and knew that it was one of the 3 primordial stones used for the auspicious 3 treasures in Xinji town. Qin Shiyue picked up the 2 primordial stones and compared them, but she couldn't see any difference. Even if she injected genuine qi into it, there was no reaction. She sighed and put the primordial stone back into the big box. She looked at the primordial stone in her hand and threw it into the box. Zhang Xiaohua had already scanned it with his divine sense. The primordial stone contained a lot of primordial qi. It was estimated that there was still half of it left. It was a lot more than the primordial stone in Qin Shiyue's hand. However, compared with the small one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, it was still a lot worse. Qin Shiyue stood and thought for a moment. She took out another primordial stone and 3 scarlet flags from her arms. She was a little reluctant to part with them. She weighed them in her hand and threw them into the box. The hierarch had already known about her battle in Xinji town. The hierarch must want these immortal Dao things. Instead of waiting for the hierarch to ask, it was better to take the initiative to offer them. Although Zhang Xiaohua was far away, he could see more clearly than Qin Shiyue. There were indeed a lot of things in the box. He didn't use his divine sense to observe them. He just immersed his divine sense into a few jade slips on the surface. There was no text. Was there no primordial qi in these jade slips? Then, he found a jade slip with a little stronger fluctuation. Sure enough, there were some incomplete ancient characters in this jade slip. Even if there were, they were badly damaged and couldn't be understood. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head. The immortal Dao had been annihilated for tens of thousands of years. How many things had disappeared in the long river of history? This box of jade slips could only be used. It was really a pity. However, who was the hierarch of the Tenryu sect? He must have collected a lot of jade slips. Even if only 10% of them could be used, it was still a quite amazing number. However, could the hierarch of the Tenryu sect use his divine sense like him? Otherwise, how could he find what he needed from these thousands of jade artifacts? Zhang Xiaohua was a little curious and wanted to see this cult leader. Of course, he quickly dispelled this terrible idea. Seeing how Qin Shirui killed people like killing ants, this cult leader might be a fiend. It was impossible for him to tell the secret of the purse, so he couldn't take out the cauldron. It was better to avoid such troublesome matters. Anyway, if he were to face Qin Shirui now, he might not necessarily lose. When he came back from the South Sea, he would find a chance to escape. Thinking of escaping, Zhang Xiaohua also remembers the earth elemental technique. She learned a lot in the morning. She learned how to drive objects and mastered the sword art. Why not strike while the iron is hot and comprehend the earth elemental technique? Perhaps there would be an unexpected gain as well. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, released her divine sense, and began to practice the earth elemental technique. The earth elemental technique's incantation was not as subtle as driving objects. If one mistake was made, she would not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua learned the first earth elemental technique by chance. She practiced the second earth elemental technique for a long time without success. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. The Tao of controlling objects was only the most basic ability. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the first technique of earth escape a long time ago, so when he turned around and cultivated the most basic technique, it would naturally be extremely simple. Since she could drive the small sword, Zhang Xiaohua had practiced the sword art countless times. She had already known it well. Now she just changed it from her hands to her divine sense. It was naturally easy for Zhang Xiaohua to use the new driving method. So many years of accumulation and so many opportunities were exchanged for her mastery of the flying sword in the morning. The earth elemental technique was superior to the levitation technique. How could Zhang Xiaohua, who had no one to guide her, easily master it? After several attempts, she did not know how many times she failed. In the end, she still did not succeed. However, after repeatedly guiding the vital qi, Zhang Xiaohua was now incomparably proficient in the technique of guiding vital qi into her body. As long as it was within her divine sense, her thoughts would all be guided into her body. It was no longer like before, where she had to adjust her breathing and use her perception to guide it. It could not be said that it was the byproduct of an afternoon of hard work. The sky gradually darkened, and the clear sky began to gradually fill with dark clouds. The wind and waves were also getting stronger. Zhang Xiaohua stopped cultivating but did not go out to eat. He only let the sailor bring in the food to fill his stomach. In fact, he had recently realized that ever since he could guide vital qi into his body, especially from the vital stones, his need for food had clearly decreased. If it was not for his mother's delicious food, or the rare banquet in the southern Sea Dragon Palace, he would usually eat some simple fruits and vegetables and drink some water to satisfy his hunger. After the meal, the dark clouds had already covered the sky. Before long, bean-sized raindrops fell, accompanied by a strong sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to see the moonlit rainy scene, but the whistling wind and waves shattered his extravagant hope. Even though the windows and doors were tightly shut, he could still hear the sound of the raindrops and the sound of the strong wind and waves crashing against the giant boat. The giant boat swayed greatly with the wind and waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not light up the cabin. He only released his divine sense but only wrapped it around the giant boat. Although there was only wind and rain and no lightning, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless in this unpredictable sea. In the cabin on the first floor, the Flood Dragon King of the Three Seas and the gang leader of the Seven Waters were used to such storms, so they were not surprised. However, Qin Shirui and Yingfei were different. At this time, they were no longer as carefree as before. Their bodies swayed left and right with the giant boat. Soon, they could not stand it and kept vomiting. The Flood Dragon King's face was bitter, but there was no good way. This kind of seasickness happened from time to time, and it had nothing to do with the level of martial arts. Perhaps they would get used to vomiting after a while. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in the dark cabin. He had always seen Qin Shiyue's cool face, but now he saw her embarrassed appearance. How could he not be happy? Although it was the first time for Zhang Xiaohua to go out to sea and see such strong winds and waves, she had used the levitation skill at the beginning to offset the swaying slightly. Now when she sat down, she did not feel too dizzy. She just felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua did not release her divine sense out of her body. She held 2 small primordial stones in her hand and concentrated on absorbing them. Since she entered the 3rd level of qi refining, the speed of absorbing primordial qi had increased several times, and the tendons and meridians in her body could hold more genuine qi. Moreover, the genuine qi in her tendons and meridians was purer. Although the quantity was less than before, the quality seemed to have improved. Feeling that the primordial qi absorbed from the primordial stones was refined by her tendons and meridians, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shake her head. The process of cultivation was really slow. If she absorbed primordial qi like this, she did not know when she could reach the 4th level. 1 year? 2 years? As for the later levels, they were even more difficult than the previous ones. He wondered if he would only be able to reach the peak when his hair turned gray. Right, what would happen after she reached the peak? Would there be other things after that? Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to it. Nothing happened that night. In the early hours of the 2nd day, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the dark cabin. She listened outside and then released her divine sense. Outside, the wind and waves were still the same. The rain was already light, but the sky was still covered with a layer of dark clouds. On the 1st floor of the cabin, Qin Shiyue and the others were all adjusting their breathing and condensing their genuine qi. Although this kind of wind and waves was not suitable for cultivating inner qi, these people were all people with profound inner qi. They did not seek any breakthroughs and only wanted to nourish their genuine qi. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with it. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Qin Shiyue. She felt that he was much better than last night. Although his face was pale, he did not vomit. Su Jiaodong was sleeping peacefully. She was not awakened by the bumpy wind and waves. Presumably, she had already adapted to this environment. Moreover, looking at her smiling face, she must have had some sweet dreams. Zhang Xiaohua got up and did not light the lamp. She only opened the window and let the roaring sea breeze blow in. Then, she shook her spirit and practiced the Fist of the North Star dozens of times. Only when she finished 9 times did she stop. At this time, the sky had already turned white. Behind the dark clouds, a few rays of sunlight could be seen. Even in the distant sky, there were a few pillars of light shooting to the sea. It looked very spectacular. On this cloudy day, the rain was intermittent. Qin Shiyue occasionally walked on the deck. Everyone knew that he was seasick, so they did not arrange a banquet. They all ate in their own cabins. Only Su Jiaodong was very concerned about Qin Shiyue. She stayed by his side all the time. From time to time, she would talk about local customs and interesting things, which made Qin Shiyue laugh from time to time. He actually forgot about his seasickness. This situation made Zhang Xiaohua curse again. Public morals were degenerating day by day. In addition to familiarizing himself with the sword art, Zhang Xiaohua also comprehended the earth escape technique. Under Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts, the 2nd earth escape technique also made some progress. He could slightly stimulate the ball of Zhen Qi and change its shape. However, if it turned into a ball of thin film to cover the whole body as shown in the earth escape technique, it was still too far away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. If the first time was not enough, he would do it twice. If the second time was still not enough, he would do it 3 times. He was not a smart person since he was a child. He had done many things like making up for his stupidity with diligence. After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua still did not go out. He wanted to walk on the deck, but when he thought about it, it was wet and slippery. It was better to admire the scenery on the 2nd floor. He also did not understand why Qin Shiyue and the others lived on the 1st floor when the scenery on the 2nd floor was so good. It was late at night, and the rain was even heavier. There were faint thunderstorms in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense out of his body. He could only sit cross-legged, holding 2 vitality stones in his hands, and absorb the Zhen Qi. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be a little alert. He suddenly opened his eyes, and then closed them again. He released his divine sense and scanned the entire giant ship. He did not feel anything unusual. He then extended his divine sense to the entire sea. The entire sea was turbulent, but there was nothing unusual. He was about to withdraw his divine sense when a ship coincidentally broke into his divine sense. Chapter 287. Then the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, a total of 6 huge ships broke into Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was already late at night, and the wind was strong and the waves were high. Who would sail so desperately? Could it be the ships of the other 2 and 7 seas? Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed, but did not find any flag embroidered with a flood dragon on the mast of the ship. In fact, there was no flag. Although the 6 ships were very big, they were still a little smaller than the one Zhang Xiaohua was on, and their speed was also faster. Carefully scanning the inside of the ship, Zhang Xiaohua found that there were many people wearing armor in the cabin, holding longbows in their hands. There were also a few people in the cabin who were dressed in martial attire, holding weapons such as swords or spears, looking vigilant. There were also a few people at the bow of the ship who were looking at something and saying something. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that these were the Navy soldiers of the government. Those people in martial attire were probably the masters of the Righteous Alliance. What should she do? Zhang Xiaohua did not care about using her divine sense to scan anything and quickly jumped down from the bed. Pushing the door open, she went straight to the cabin on the first floor where Qin Shiyue was resting. Because the weather was bad, the people downstairs were not in the mood. Qin Shiyue closed the cabin door early and sat cross-legged to circulate his qi and warm his true qi. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and did not care about etiquette. Pushing the door open, she said loudly, "Lord Qin, I have something urgent to tell you." Qin Shiyue was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a lantern hanging on the ceiling swaying back and forth. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua approached, he had already noticed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter, he could not help but frown slightly and scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Don't you know how to knock and come in? Right, how did you know I live here?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about his scolding and was too lazy to answer his question. She said, "Lord Qin, there are 6 Navy ships chasing after our ship." Qin Shiyue was stunned. She immediately asked, "How did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I saw it when I was taking a walk on the deck." "Is that so?" Qin Shiyue found it strange and said, "If you saw it, why didn't Su Jiao King's subordinate see it?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. They probably didn't notice. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue hurriedly got down and shouted, "Ying Fei! Hurry up and call the Su Jiao King." Ying Fei lived next door to Qin Shiyue. Hearing Qin Shiyue's roar, he immediately came out. After a while, he called out the 3 Seas Flood Dragon King and the 7 Waters Gang leader. When Zhang Xiaohua told them about the ship, the Flood Dragon King was also shocked. He said, "Damn Jinglao. If it's really a Navy ship, he shouldn't know that we saw it. How can he be the captain? I'll kill him myself." However, when he hurriedly walked out and looked behind the cabin, he was instantly stunned. The front and back of the ship were pitch black. How could he see the ship? Not to mention the 6 ships. He looked back suspiciously at Zhang Xiaohua and the confused Qin Shiyue, but he still ordered someone to call Jing Laoer over. Jing Laoer was an old sailor with a head full of white hair, comparable to Qin Shiyue. When he heard that someone had said that there were pursuers behind the ship, Jing Laoer's face was full of doubt. He took out a long cylindrical object and looked at it carefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and said decisively, "Flood Dragon King, there are no pursuers behind us at all. It's so dark, how can they chase us? I dare to use my reputation as an expert to guarantee you that there is nothing unusual behind our ship." The Flood Dragon King also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Lord Qin, did you see that? The experts from the Southern Sea Flood Dragon Palace have guaranteed that there are no soldiers chasing after us." "Look," Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to ask, "Ren Xiaoyao, how did you see it? Even the experts couldn't see it. How could you see it?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qin Shiyue didn't smile and knew that he wasn't angry. She said, Well, Lord Qin, to be honest, I didn't really see it either. Qin Shirui smiled and said, then why did you say you saw it? Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, Lord Qin, to be honest, I have a special ability to sense danger. Although it doesn't always work, it usually works when it appears. When I was taking a walk on the deck just now, I felt this kind of danger. That's why I quickly reported it to you. Qin Shirui smiled and said, then when you were at Shitsue Mountain, did you have this kind of feeling? Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, well, I didn't. But this time I really did. You must believe me. Jing Lao chuckled and said, young man, you said that there are soldiers chasing after us based on your feeling. Isn't that too much of a joke? Even with my decades of experience, I can't see it. Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. Who didn't know that experts grew up eating sex? If it wasn't for the fact that I really had divine sense and knew the situation behind us, I might have really believed you when I saw how confident you were. Alas, the experience of an expert was really harmful. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry and didn't know how to explain that she knew about this matter. She could only say, Elder Jing, I really did have a feeling. It's a critical moment now. Jing Lao looked at Su Jiaoqing and said, Jiaoqing, you can make a decision. Do you believe in my 50 years of experience or this little kid? Su Jiaoqing looked at Qin Shirui, who was smiling proudly, and said, well, Jing Lao, of course I believe in you. Qin Shirui looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, Ren Xiaoyao, could it be that you've been too carefree these past few days, so you've become cocky? Jing Lao said generously, perhaps this child isn't used to this kind of lonely life on the sea and has hallucinations. This is a common illness. He'll be fine when we reach the shore. All right, everyone, rest early. This old man still has to go down to the cabin. Qin Shirui glared at Zhang Xiaohua and turned to leave. The rest of the people also smiled and returned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again. The ships had already spread out and were rushing over to surround them. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to shout, Lord Qin, Su Jiaoqing, I'm really right. There really are soldiers chasing after us. It shouldn't be difficult for us to make some defensive moves. Jing Lao shook his head vigorously and muttered, this child is stupid, really stupid. Qin Shirui jumped over and raised her finger. She was about to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point when she said, shut up. You haven't tasted the soul-searching hand for a long time, right? Unfortunately, in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, Qin Shirui was no longer unavoidable like before. Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and dodged to the side. She said, Lord Qin, don't be impatient. I'll ask Su Jiaoqing again. Su Jiaoqing, if there are soldiers chasing after us, what kind of simple response would you have? The kind that won't alarm many people? Su Jiaoqing thought for a moment and said, changing the course and increasing the speed are all possible. However, this will alarm the sailors who are already resting. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the lights in the cabin and her eyes lit up. She said, how about this? Extinguish all the lights on our ship and wake up the resting sailors. I'll tell you a direction and we'll go at full speed. What do you think? This. Su Jiaoqing was hesitant. At this moment, Jing Lao said loudly, Su Jiaoqing, I object. My subordinates are all tired after a day of work. Now that they finally have time to rest, we can't disturb them. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue forward tomorrow and will delay our journey back to the Southern Sea. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was furious. This guy really grew up eating sex, stubborn old man. However, he also knew that his ability was too unbelievable. It was no wonder that others didn't believe him. He thought for a moment and said, Su Jiaoqing, it shouldn't be a problem if we just extinguish the lights on the ship. I object. Jing Lao wanted to say something again. Su Jiaoqing glanced at the ashen-faced Qin Shirui and glared at Jing Lao. Shut up. It's fine to extinguish the lights since we need to rest anyway. It's a waste to use them. All right, I'll get someone to extinguish them. Then he gave the order to extinguish all the lights on the ship. As the lights on the ship went out one by one, the ship slowly sank into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness saw the 6 ships increasing the speed of their encirclement. When the entire ship was dark, Jing Laoer mocked, "Young man, what's the point of turning the entire ship black? Our southern sea serpent palace isn't like your countryside. We can still afford to burn some lights." However, before he could finish his sentence, countless lights suddenly lit up on the dark sea around the ship. They illuminated the surface of the sea amidst the wind, rain, and waves. It was the 6 ships. They must have seen the lights on the ship go out and thought they were exposed. If they didn't light up the ship, it would slip away from the darkness. Jing Laoer looked at the lights in the distance as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out, How is this possible? How can he see it?" Yes, the consciousness couldn't see as far as the eyes, but in this dark night, the consciousness could see what the eyes couldn't see. Su Jiaoqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression and asked, "Young master, where should we run to now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Is there a need to ask? The lights over there aren't on, so the ships haven't surrounded us yet. That's the best way to escape." Su Jiaoqing looked around and saw that there were 6 lights around them. There was only one direction where there was no light. The 6 ships must have not surrounded them yet. If they didn't break through there, where else could they go? He was also desperately trying to find a cure for his illness. Chapter 288. The Creeping Dragon King broke into laughter. He observed the direction of the wind and ordered the sails to be raised so that they could break out of the encirclement. Since they knew the direction to break out of the encirclement, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to worry about anything else. The entire ship was in a mess. The Creeping Dragon King's sailors were all seasoned veterans, so they gradually regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos. Before he left, Jing glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated expression. However, he didn't say anything in the end. Qin Shiyue stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, which made his hair stand on end. Qin Shiyue said, "Follow me if you need help later." Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Was this concern or a warning? However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Lord Qin was an important person under the protection of the Creeping Dragon King. Following him was the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and agreed with a smile. Qin Shiyue walked back to the hall on the first floor. The others followed behind him with doubts. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua said that he felt a boat behind him, no one believed him at all. They were all people with profound inner strength, so when they circulated their inner strength in their eyes, they could see a little more than ordinary people. However, in this pitch-black night with no stars or moon, so what if they had inner strength? However, it turned out that this young man wasn't lying. Moreover, he did say that there were 6 ships. Not one more, not one less. They wanted to ask how this young man knew. They didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Based on his intuition, he might be hiding something. However, Qin Shiyue wanted to bring Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tenryu sect. Since Qin Shiyue didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask directly. Did Qin Shiyue not want to ask? He was also very curious. However, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was very tight-lipped. Even the soul-searching hand couldn't force him to speak. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't be able to force him to. Moreover, he said that it was based on his intuition. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything. Why should he ask for a rebuff? On the other hand, he pointed the soul-searching hand at Zhang Xiaohua in anger. The strength, speed, and angle were all top-notch. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge it. In his impression, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely fall to the ground. However, he didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to dodge it so easily. This dodge shocked him even more than when Zhang Xiaohua found out that there were pursuers behind him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next. He seemed to be a little powerless to imprison Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and said those words to comfort and appease him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He didn't want to run away now. The sea was vast. Where could he go? What he learned was the earth escape, not the water escape. Besides, he hadn't fully understood it yet. As for Qin Shiyue, he wasn't an insurmountable mountain in his eyes now. Since there was no fear in his heart, he naturally felt very relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua sat on a chair in the hall and hid in a corner. He wanted to find a dark place, but the hall was brightly lit. Su Jiao politely asked for Qin Shiyue's opinion. Qin Shiyue said bluntly, "Su Jiao, this is the first time I'm going out to sea on a ship. How can I suggest anything? You should command according to your own ideas." The Su Jiao king smiled and said, "I know, Lord Qin. Don't worry about this. This isn't the first time the Southern Sea Serpent Palace's ships have been attacked at sea. There are many plans for attack and defense. Jing Laoer is also an old expert. Don't worry." Jing Lao? Qin Shiyue was a little speechless. The Su Jiao king seemed to know that he had said too much. He cupped his hands and said, "Lord Qin, do you want to stay in the hall or go outside to take a look? If you want to watch the battle, we can go to the platform on the 3rd floor. The view there is good. However, there will probably be a battle later. It will be very dangerous." Qin Shiyue was overjoyed when she heard that. She said, "Su Jiao king knows me well. I want to see how this battle is going to be. What's this little bit of danger? Don't we people of the pugilistic world live a life of bloodshed?" Su Jiaotong said anxiously, "Lord Qin, this battle at sea isn't like the pugilistic world. It's better to be careful." Qin Shiyue didn't think much of it. The Su Jiao king also comforted her, "It's fine. Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful. This battle at sea is a long-range attack. Moreover, we are 1 against 6. We can only run. How would we dare to be entangled? As long as we are careful, there's nothing to be afraid of." The platform on the 3rd floor of the cabin was very wide. The sea breeze whistled and drizzled, making it hard for people to stand steadily. However, they weren't ordinary people. They just needed to circulate their inner force to stand steadily. It was true that the higher one stood, the further one could see. When they looked into the distance and saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. The 6 ships surrounded them and were catching up from behind. The faster ships at the side were on par with the giant ship. Moreover, judging from the moving lights, they were obviously faster than the giant ship. Looking at the situation, the experienced 3 seas and 7 waters knew that the ships belonged to the Navy. Only the standard ships of the government could be faster than the ships of the South Sea WRM Palace. The Su Jiao king estimated the situation and ordered the sailors to go all out and charge forward as fast as they could. If they could break out of the encirclement, they might have a chance of survival. However, if they were surrounded, the situation would be difficult to predict. At this moment, a few huge lightning bolts appeared in front of them. Then, they heard a few muffled thunders above their heads. Everyone was shocked, but the Su Jiao king was delighted. He shouted, "The heavens haven't forsaken me." Qin Shiyue was puzzled. He asked, "The weather is getting worse, and it's difficult for the ships to move. Why do you say that, King Jiao king?" The Su Jiao king pointed at the military ships that were surrounding them and smiled. "Lord Qin, you don't know, but I told you when we just set out to sea that the most frightening thing on the sea is the wind and waves. Only giant ships can maintain stability. The Navy's ships are big, but they're much smaller than ours. The wind and waves are still small, so they won't affect the stability of our ships. There was a thunderstorm just now, and judging from the weather, there's probably going to be a thunderstorm soon. The bigger the storm, the greater the impact it'll have on the Navy's ships, and we'll have a chance to escape." Qin Shiyue instantly understood. He pointed at the night sky and said, "Then let the storm come more violently." Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck right above him with a "kacha" sound, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was more afraid. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and didn't dare to leave his body. If he attracted the heavenly thunder now, wouldn't he be killed? The sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were really good. Except for those who were driving the giant ships, who were trying their best to speed up in the cabins below the deck, the others were holding bows and arrows and standing in a row on the deck. They were all facing the sea solemnly and didn't move at all, allowing the rain to wet their bodies. Zhang Xiaohua stood at a high place and looked at this posture. His heart trembled. In his eyes, this sailor's martial arts were considered low, but with so many people standing together, that kind of threatening momentum was not something he could resist. If he were to fight against them, even if he could kill a few people, he would probably be killed by the remaining people. The best result would be that he could use his qinggong to escape. Then, thinking about the mountain bandits of Shizue Mountain, they were really far from this trained sailor. At this moment, a thought flashed through Zhang Xiaohua's mind. If the sailors of the South Sea Serpent Palace were so powerful, then what about the navy on the opposite ship? They had undergone formal military training. Wouldn't they be more powerful than the South Sea Serpent Palace? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. No wonder the Su Jiao king wanted to run away and didn't actively fight. Not only did he not have enough subordinates, but he also didn't have enough quality. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the bean-sized raindrops and the strong storm had arrived. The giant ship was shaking more violently than before, especially when Zhang Xiaohua and the others were standing on a high place. It was easier for them to stand steadily. Su Jiaotong's martial arts were slightly weaker, so she was almost thrown off. Qin Shiyue hurriedly persuaded her to go down. Su Jiaotong really didn't want to leave her lover at this juncture, but she knew that if she stayed here, Qin Shiyue would be more distracted. She could only give some advice and go back to the hall. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was standing steadily like a boulder, she sighed and looked forward again. At this time, the wind and waves were strong. The giant ship couldn't help but sway left and right. The front and back were also undulating, and their speed had obviously slowed down. However, the Navy's ships in the distance were even more unbearable. At first, one of them was almost at the same speed as the giant ship, but now, it was lagging behind by a large margin. Just like that, the 7 giant ships chased each other in the dark night. They were almost neck and neck. However, the sky was full of unpredictable winds and clouds, and the ship was full of misfortune and fortune. Just when everyone thought that they were about to escape, they heard a soft kacha sound. One of the masts behind them broke in the middle. It smashed into Qin Shiyue, who was on the platform in front of them. Before Qin Shiyue could do anything, the Su Jiao king leaped up and struck the masts with both of his palms. The heavy masts fell diagonally to the side. As soon as the masts fell, the giant ship's speed slowed down. The Su Jiao king looked worried as he said, "Normally, a ship would lower its sails when it's sailing in strong winds and waves. That's the only way to reduce the impact of the winds and waves on the ship. The direction in which we broke through just now happened to be in the direction of the wind, so I raised all the sails and used the wind to escape. Unexpectedly, the wind was too strong, and our ship is too big. Even the mast was broken." Qin Shiyue asked curiously, "Since our masts can break, won't the navies be ordinary too?" The Su Jiao king said with a wry smile, "Their ships are small, and their sails are also small. Naturally, they can't withstand the wind, but their masts aren't necessarily thinner than ours. They might not break." Qin Shiyue also sighed and stopped talking. As expected, the Navy's ships caught up as soon as the giant ship slowed down. Those ships also changed their strategy and no longer surrounded them from all sides. Instead, they charged straight at them from the side. Presumably, they knew that the giant ship couldn't run anymore and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Looking at the approaching ships, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Su Jiao king, looks like we'll have to fight a tough battle. How confident are we?" The Su Jiao king thought about it and said, "Lord Qin, the Navy's standard ships have 80 to 100 people per ship. These 6 ships should have 600 people. On our giant ship, I brought 160 people with me. I left almost 80 people on the other ship 2 days ago. At most, we only have 240 people. How can we be a match for them? We don't even have a 40% chance." At this point, the Su Jiao king pondered and said, "However, this naval battle doesn't necessarily rely on numbers. If we face any of the ships alone, we're 100% confident. However, their navy has always been well trained, so I'm afraid they won't give us a chance." Hearing this, Qin Shiyue's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Since you said so, I'm more confident. The Su Jiao king was puzzled. Lord Qin, please enlighten me. Qin Shiyue pointed at the 6 ships and said, I think even if the navy is from Jinghua City, they might not be the real deal. Perhaps they might be the original navy on the ships. Although we killed Murong Jian in Jinghua City, he's just a small commander. The reason why we're leaving is because we're afraid of his 7th uncle. Although Jinghua City's garrison is the highest-ranking officer, he might not be able to mobilize all the navy in Jinghua City. Moreover, based on my judgment, the navy that's chasing after us might be the garrison's intention, but it's more likely that it's the Righteous Alliance's intention. The Su Jiao king and the others nodded. Qin Shiyue continued, if that's the case, they definitely didn't receive General Lu's personal order. The navy on the ships might not be. No, they're definitely not the standard and definitely not the full complement. The Su Jiao king clapped his hands and said, in other words, they won't be able to train as smoothly as before. During this interval, we can seize the opportunity to attack one of the ships, seize it, and escape? Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Su Jiao king, this isn't your style. Why do you always want to escape? The Su Jiao king smiled bitterly. Lord Qin, you're the special envoy of the divine sect. If anything happens to you in the South Sea, the 3 Seas Jiao Palace won't be able to bear the responsibility. The other 2 Jiao kings nodded in unison. Qin Shiyue said, I appreciate Su Jiao king's kindness, but if we only want to escape, we may not be able to do so. I think we should concentrate our forces first, attack the 2 ships, and fight them face to face. Our brothers are all Jianghu people, so their martial arts must be better than the soldiers. Although they outnumber us, we may not lose if we really fight them. Seeing Qin Shiyue's decision, the 3 Seas Jiao king and the 7 water gang leader looked at each other and nodded. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. This was an unbreakable truth. If they only wanted to escape, they might not be able to escape. Therefore, the Su Jiao king ordered to retract the sails, turn the ship around, and crash into the ships that were rushing towards them with all their might. Chapter 289. On the dark surface of the sea, the 2 ships were like arrows leaving the bowstring, crashing into each other. The Su Jiao king had his reasons for doing so. The ships specially made by the Southern Sea Serpent Palace were all covered with iron plates, and the planks on the sides of the ships were extremely thick. He had inspected the ships of the Jinghua City Navy, and they were much worse than the Southern Sea Serpent Palace. Their own ships and the public's ships could not be mentioned in the same breath. The Navy was shocked when they saw the ships coming straight at them. However, they were sailing with the wind, so how could they stop? Moreover, if they let them escape, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and face them head-on. As they got closer, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in the Navy's formation. Then the fire flew towards the ships. It turned out that it was the Navy's fire arrows. Now that the ships were within the range of the crossbows, it was not an attack that they had prepared beforehand. However, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Su Jiao king. He was calmly and expressionlessly looking at the fire arrows flying towards them. He did not seem worried at all. As expected, the fire arrows whizzed over. Some of them were blown askew by the wind, some fell into the sea, and a small portion of them hit the giant boat. The people on the platform were all martial artists, so they naturally would not be injured by the rain of arrows. As for the burning fire arrows, they were extinguished by the torrential rain the moment they hit the giant boat. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. The Su Jiao king laughed. As expected, the one leading the troops is not the commander of the navy. If it were them, they would not fire such useless fire arrows on a rainy night like this. The commander of the navy saw that the fire arrows were ineffective, so he stopped firing. However, the rain of arrows still came in waves. The sailors of the Southern Sea Serpent Palace also started firing arrows when they got closer. However, the wind was against them, so the effect was not obvious. Many of the arrows fell into the sea. The 2 ships were already very close. Even though the Navy's ships had already slowed down and even turned around slightly, they couldn't stop the southern sea serpent palace's determination to crash into them. Finally, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there was a loud bang as the two ships collided. The waves splashed high into the air. Moreover, because the southern sea's ships had come prepared, the angle and position were all carefully calculated. When the ship's bow hit the side of the Navy's ship, a large hole was immediately gouged out. The moment the two ships collided, the huge inertia caused everyone to lose their footing. Fortunately, the sailors and navy of the two ships were all veterans with rich experience. They immediately pulled, leaned, and pushed to stabilize their bodies. On the high platform, everyone circulated their energy to their legs and stood steadily, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. When the huge inertia came, she immediately mobilized her true qi and sent it into the meridians in her legs to stabilize herself. However, just as she thought of this, her vision suddenly turned black and she fell asleep. In an instant, everyone on the two ships, regardless of whether they were sailors, soldiers, or people of the pugilistic world, stood steadily. Only a slightly thin figure floated up with the inertia of the ship and headed straight for the Navy's ship. Qin Shirui saw this and immediately realized that it was midnight. When he saw the Navy chasing after him, he fled and fought back. He had forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. He was probably so nervous that he forgot about it. Qin Shirui hurriedly took a few steps forward and wanted to use her lightness skill to chase after him, but the inertia was too strong. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua floated past the ship. At this time, it was too late to save her. Qin Shirui hurriedly shouted at the Su Jiao King, "Su Jiao King, quickly capture Ren Xiaoyao and bring him back to me." When the Su Jiao King was about to give another order, the figure had already arrived above the Navy's ship. At this time, when the Navy saw a black figure approaching, they thought that it was a martial arts master from the South Sea who came to challenge them. However, at this time, everyone had not yet stabilized their footing. Even if they wanted to resist or shoot arrows, it was too late. They could only hold the handles of their swords and wait for the figure to land on the deck. Then they would swarm over and kill him. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's body was about to fall, a gust of wind blew. Zhang Xiaohua's body paused for a moment before it was blown to the side of the ship. When the wind stopped, Zhang Xiaohua's body floated to the surface of the sea and sank into the sea. The sea was windy and the waves were strong, but he didn't hear any plop, nor did he see any splashes. The little flower just fell into the darkness and disappeared. The Su Jiao King quickly ordered a few people to jump into the sea to search for her. The others watched this strange scene and forgot what they were supposed to do next. After a while, they heard a sailor from the South Sea yell, "Charge! Kill!" He took the lead and jumped onto the Navy's ship. Only then did the group of people come to their senses and shouted to fight. Zhang Xiaohua's thin body was blown high into the air by the wind. She floated diagonally and fell into the sea. Her body first sank into the sea and was pushed far away by the waves. When she floated up again, she was already far away from the ship. Although the sailors who jumped down to search for her were good at swimming, they didn't dare to stray too far from the ship in such stormy weather. How could they find her after searching carefully nearby? Zhang Xiaohua's body was thin and weak. She was light to begin with. When she floated on the water, she was blown forward by the strong wind along with the broken planks that fell from the collision with the ship. After an unknown period of time, the rain became lighter and the wind became weaker. The sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually came to a stop. However, at this moment, the planks floating quietly beside her seemed to have fallen into a turbulent river. They gradually accelerated and floated in a certain direction. They were a few times faster than when the wind was blowing. Zhang Xiaohua's body followed them and floated into the depths of the sea. This was an undercurrent that wasn't very common in the sea. The next day, just after the storm, there were still dark clouds. When the morning sun peeked out, it dyed the edges of the dark clouds with an orange color. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. After looking for a long time, he understood his situation. As he was in the middle of a pile of wood, He easily climbed on a thick and long branch to prevent himself from sinking into the sea. When he looked around again, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. This vast sea was a vast expanse of water. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. What should he do? However, fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was still in the undercurrent. This undercurrent carried Zhang Xiaohua forward and gave him endless hope. If he stopped in this vast sea and didn't move, then Zhang Xiaohua would have the heart to die. He had a good opportunity to escape. Did he come to the sea to take a bath? Of course, this bathtub was quite big. In the undercurrent, it seemed that the speed was very slow. In fact, it was as fast as a galloping horse. But because there was no reference, it couldn't be perceived. Zhang Xiaohua was bored. He didn't know how long this boring and peaceful journey would be. He took out the 2 primordial stones from his arms and absorbed the primordial qi. It was good to praise Zhang Xiaohua. As long as he had some spare time, he would start to cultivate. No matter how long it was, he always felt that as long as he worked hard, he would gain something. This might be the foundation for him to go higher and higher in the future. A day passed quickly. This kind of lonely drifting was a little uncomfortable for Zhang Xiaohua. But the most uncomfortable thing was that he was thirsty. After a rainy night, the sun in the sky was very hot. Although Zhang Xiaohua was not too afraid of the cold and heat, but after being exposed to the sun for a whole day, his lips were dry and cracked. Zhang Xiaohua tried to drink a mouthful of seawater, but the salty and fishy taste made him vomit immediately. If he drank this water, his stomach would feel uncomfortable. Although he also didn't eat for a day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel hungry. It was just a habitual discomfort of not eating when it was time to eat. Night soon fell. Zhang Xiaohua had a plan this time. He tied himself with the wood with his clothes early to avoid falling into the sea. Then, he looked at the 2 primordial stones in his hand and hesitated. He knew that when he was asleep, he could cultivate. In this vast sea, if he could improve his primordial qi a little, he might have a little more chance of survival. But if he held it in his hand and fell asleep and fell into the sea, wouldn't that be a loss? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still decided not to put it away. In the past, when he meditated to refine his primordial qi, it didn't fall from his hand. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem if he paid more attention. So, Zhang Xiaohua held the primordial stones in his hand. While absorbing the primordial qi, he fell asleep. Tonight, the sea was exceptionally calm. The bright moonlight scattered on the surface of the sea. Zhang Xiaohua and the wood next to him were in the undercurrent. Under the moonlight, they moved forward quickly. Suddenly, in the calm sea, the leisurely fish scattered as if they had seen a powerful natural enemy. Not long after, a transparent jellyfish swam from a distance. This jellyfish was not the size of an ordinary jellyfish. It was actually 10 times the size of an ordinary jellyfish. The jellyfish was passing by, but when it swam past Zhang Xiaohua, it suddenly stopped. It seemed to hesitate for a moment and immediately chased after Zhang Xiaohua. Although the undercurrent was fast, the jellyfish was faster. In a moment, it caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. Without hesitation, it immediately released its tentacles and was about to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's hand. But before its tentacles got close, it retracted. This jellyfish was an absolute tyrant in the sea. This kind of creature could survive for so long. Naturally, it had the ability to communicate with spirits. Although it coveted the primordial stones in Zhang Xiaohua's hand and was attracted by the fluctuation of the primordial qi, the jellyfish could feel the colorless starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body. Perhaps it couldn't be seen by human eyes, but the jellyfish could feel it clearly. Before its tentacles reached over, it felt the danger of the starlight, so it retracted its tentacles. But if it just let it go, it couldn't resist the temptation of the primordial stones. So it had to follow behind Zhang Xiaohua and wait for an opportunity to snatch it. Fortunately, the jellyfish had accompanied him all the way. Although the sea looked calm on the surface, it was actually very dangerous. Zhang Xiaohua was drifting alone in the sea, and it was easy for him to encounter dangerous fish. The jellyfish had been keeping an eye on him all the way, acting as his bodyguard. The night slowly faded away. Not far from the undercurrent, there was a deserted island. Looking at the direction of the undercurrent, it was in the direction of the island. Then, the morning sun rose. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked around. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. In front of her was the deserted island not far away, and it was about to fall off the sea. However, before she could be happy, she felt that there was a movement in the water, and it was coming straight to her. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He still knew little about the sea. It was so horrible. He was not good at swimming, so he didn't know how to avoid it. At this time, he was quick-witted. He raised the genuine qi in his dantian and immediately used the levitation skill. His body was pulled out of the water. Before Zhang Xiaohua came out of the water, he heard a bang sound. The wood in his arms was hit by a soft and transparent thing. The force was so great that it knocked Zhang Xiaohua out of the range of the undercurrent. Zhang Xiaohua was still in the air. He felt that the wood in his arms was thrown down, and then he floated on it. When he looked carefully, he saw a giant jellyfish in the water in front of him, which was much bigger than him. What was that? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He had never seen such a giant thing. However, although he didn't know it, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that it was not to be trifled with from the horrible transparent thing's appearance. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. I'm standing on the wood now, so I can't use my feet. What's more, my most powerful attack is the flying sword. But I don't know if the small flying sword can hurt this big monster. Moreover, it seems that the left and the right of this thing are the same size. Where is the vital part? If the flying sword can find the vital part, it can hit it, otherwise. By the way, I don't know if the transparent thing outside can block the small sword. Alas, it's troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while, but he still couldn't find a good way. The only thing he could do was to release the flying sword. But the flying sword was something that he had just learned, and he hadn't tried it yet. If it was on flat ground, he could try it. But this was the sea. If he was not careful, the flying sword would fall into the water. With the weight of the sword, wouldn't it sink to the bottom? Unable to make up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the deserted island not far away, and made a plan in his mind. In the undercurrent, the pile of wood had drifted far away. Zhang Xiaohua first put the vitality stone back into his arms, took a deep breath, and sank down first. Then, he picked up the wood with his hands and floated up. When the jellyfish saw it, how could it let it go? It immediately chased after it. Zhang Xiaohua was in the air. He broke the wood with his hands and immediately tore a big piece from it. He threw it at his feet. His body fell down, and then with a little force, he floated up again. After a few times, he had caught up with the pile of wood in the undercurrent. However, the huge jellyfish was also following closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the deserted island that was still some distance away and estimated the wood under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh and took out the small sword from his arms. Please collect, please tip, thank you. Then, the tentacles shrank back. Immediately, the jellyfish seemed to be angry because of the pain. Its ball-like body poked out of the water a little. 4 or 5 long tentacles, like a huge palm, slapped toward Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, how could Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? He made a gesture with his hands and directly rushed toward the jellyfish's body. Seeing this, the jellyfish did not reduce the strength of 2 of its tentacles. They still slapped toward Zhang Xiaohua, and the other tentacles tried to catch the flying sword. Unfortunately, the flying sword was like a hot knife through butter. No, it was like a hot knife through butter. The tentacles could not resist the seemingly thick and blunt sword at all. With a few soft sounds, the sword pierced through the tentacles and went straight to the jellyfish's body. At this time, the jellyfish's tentacles that were slapping toward Zhang Xiaohua had also reached her. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She flew to another wood. Because of this distraction, the flying sword that was piercing toward the jellyfish slightly deviated from its expected trajectory. With a poochie sound, the flying sword brushed the side of the jellyfish's body and slanted through it. A transparent liquid spurted out from the penetrating wound. The jellyfish's body leaped up. Several tentacles rose at the same time and slapped down like a big palm, splashing the seawater everywhere. Then, the ball-like body shrank into the water and several tentacles disappeared, leaving only a few ripples on the sea. A gust of sea breeze blew and then calmed down. The flying sword hovered above the sea for a few times and then flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the calm sea, Zhang Xiaohua found it hard to believe that there was a monster in the water that he had never seen before. Thinking that the monster was staring at him fiercely under the water, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to lie in the water like before. He also did not dare to put the small sword back into his arms. He took out a primordial stone from his arms and carefully held it in his hand. He absorbed the primordial chi from the primordial stone and performed the levitation skill to stand on the wood. Maybe it was seriously injured, or maybe it saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not easy to bully. The jellyfish did not appear again in the following process. Seeing that the deserted island was close, Zhang Xiaohua was a little relieved. The undercurrent rushed straight to the deserted island. It circled around a rock on one side of the island and then flowed to other places. When Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on solid ground, his heart was like the rock under his feet. He felt a lot more at ease. Looking back at the calm sea, Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked inside. He did not want to stay in the water anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua went ashore, he immediately released his divine sense and scanned the deserted island with all his strength. Anyone who was thirsty for a day and a night would do this. Let's find drinking water first. This was a huge deserted island. Zhang Xiaohua walked across the beach. In front of him was a large pile of pebbles without soil and sand. There was nothing special in his divine sense. Going forward, there was a high slope. Behind the high slope, there were sparse and tall plants that he had never seen before. Seeing the plants, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. There must be water on this island. Immediately, he scanned with his divine sense and a smile appeared on his face. After passing through the woods, there was a very tall mountain. The lush trees and grass on the mountain swayed in the sea breeze. Zhang Xiaohua did not stop. He walked directly to the bottom of the hill and climbed up along the not steep slope. After climbing for a while, under a layer of dense grass, Zhang Xiaohua greedily drank the weak water flowing down from the cracks of the stones on the hillside. After drinking enough water, Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath. Looking at the high hillside in front of him, he used the levitation technique and floated up to a high place. When he reached the top of the mountain and looked around, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be stunned. Behind the mountain was a small lake. This mountain was not a single mountain, but a ring of mountains surrounding the mirror-like small lake. Looking as far as the eye could see, the water was like a pearl embedded in the mountain range. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. In this vast and boundless sea, there was actually such a huge island. And in this small island, there was such a beautiful and bright small lake. He had to say that it was quite a heavenly creation. After praising in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua used his qinggong and ran around the mountain range. He used his divine sense to carefully observe the area that he could perceive. What made him a little depressed was that from top to bottom on the island, there were no animals. Even the squirrels that Zhang Xiaohua was looking forward to were not there, not to mention the gazelles and wild boars. Fortunately, when patrolling the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua found that at the foot of the small lake, there was a rather large piece of land covered with lush green leaves. What is this? It looks similar to the sweet potatoes in the Guizhuang house. Could it be that someone is planting sweet potatoes here? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat expectant. Thinking about the sweetness of the sweet potatoes, his mouth, which had not eaten for a day and a night, began to drool. He came to the lakeside and pushed aside the green leaves covering the lake. From the soil, he dug out something that was as thick as a child's arm and somewhat golden in color. Is this sealwort? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had only read about sealwort in the herbal book of Huanxi Villa, which talked about the magical effects of sealwort and also drew pictures of sealwort. However, although the sealwort in his hand was very similar to the picture in the herbal book, it was too big. This was an arm, and the picture in the herbal book was the little finger. Zhang Xiaohua took the large sealwort and washed it with the lake water. After that, he began to test whether it was the most important step of sealwort. The most magical effect of sealwort was that it could fill one's stomach. When he tasted something sweet, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. According to the records, sealwort should not have any good taste. This thing is so sweet. Can it be sealwort? I don't care whether it is sealwort or not. I feel comfortable eating it. It can fill my stomach. When Zhang Xiaohua happily stuffed the whole sealwort into his stomach, he had such an idea. Yes, I don't care whether it is sealwort or not. The most important thing is that I can fill my stomach. After eating the sealwort, Zhang Xiaohua tried to drink the water in the lake. Luckily, it was fresh water. However, there was a strange smell in the water, which Zhang Xiaohua had never smelled before. Well, after eating and drinking, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sleepy, which he hadn't felt for a long time. Thinking about it, a lonely teenager drifting in the boundless sea, even if his life was not in danger, the psychological torment was a serious test. Moreover, this problem was solved temporarily. What about the future? There was an even longer period of loneliness waiting for Zhang Xiaohua. He needed to have a better mentality to face all of this. However, when he fell asleep under a huge protruding rock, Zhang Xiaohua licked his lips and thought, "It would be better if I could eat meat. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 291. The sun was setting in the west. The deserted island was illuminated by the orange glow of the sun. The shadows in the mountains were dim. The sea breeze was gentle and the sound of waves hitting the shore was like a lullaby. Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding under the rock, fell asleep and did not want to wake up. When he opened his eyes, it was almost dusk. Standing up and stretching, Zhang Xiaohua leaped to a high place. First, he looked at the distant sea, but he didn't see any ships. Then, he looked around the huge deserted island and let out a long whistle. A sense of heroism rose in his heart. Although this deserted island is vast, there are no traces of people. I'm alone. I'd like to see how long I can live here. I'll spend the rest of my days here. I wonder if Qin Shiyue can find me here? Forget it. If she finds me, I'll be taken back to the Tenryu sect. It's okay if she doesn't come. It'll be better if it's someone else's ship. Alas, I don't know what my parents are like. If only I had run away from Jianghu City. Well, that won't do. If I ran away at that time, the Tenryu sect would definitely look for me everywhere. If they found the Guozhuang house, it would be bad. Now, if Qin Shiyue can't find me, she'll probably think that I've been buried in the fish's belly. At least my family won't be harmed. That's not bad, but my parents will be worried about me for a long time. After the heroism, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was in knots. He waited until he was hungry while standing on the mountain and dug out the sealwort to satisfy his hunger. Looking at the huge field of sealwort in front of him, it must have been grown for many years. If he was careful and followed the planting method learned from the books, it would not be a problem for him to survive with the sealwort. As for water, it would not be a problem. He did not know how this small lake was formed. With so much fresh water and so much rain on the sea, even if Zhang Xiaohua drank until his stomach hurt, he might not be able to finish it. After drinking some water, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to do. He practiced the Fist of the North Star on the flat rock. However, he was still thinking. I seem to be missing something. Strange, why can't I think of it? After a long time, after the 9 rounds of tempering of the bone, the sparkling and translucent bone became even more jade-like. The night had already arrived. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and remembered. That's right. I've almost forgotten where I'm staying at night. The night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. I don't have a place to sleep, but that's not good. I can't possibly spend the night under the rock. For Zhang Xiaohua, such a dark night was nothing to be afraid of. His divine sense could leave his body, so even if he closed his eyes, he could still walk. But after all, it was his first time here, and he was still a little afraid of this unfamiliar environment. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of going out to look for a cave. He still sat under the protruding rock, took out the primordial stones, and prepared to cultivate. Zhang Xiaohua was currently cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, Big Dipper Fist, Nameless Sword Art, Levitation Technique, and Earth Escape Technique. Needless to say, the Carefree Heart Sutra was the foundation of his cultivation. It was his internal cultivation method. As long as he had the time, he would absorb the primordial qi from the primordial stones to increase the genuine qi in his meridians, and then temper and store it in his middle dantian. The Big Dipper Fist was also his foundation of cultivation. It was his external cultivation method to temper his muscles, bones, and skin. However, this external cultivation was different from martial arts. He cultivated it even to the bone. Of course, since Zhang Xiaohua knew that he was walking on the path of immortality, he was no longer surprised. Could it be hidden in the forbidden grounds of the Misty School? If that's the case, then it's difficult. I can't possibly risk my life and barge into other people's forbidden grounds. If there are the later levels of the levitation technique, I'm sure that if I can practice it to the end, I'll definitely be able to fly. Who knows, I might even be able to fly across the sea. Why would I need to wait for a ship to rescue me? It's just that right now, my levitation technique can only float a little. If I'm on land, I might be able to fly higher. But above the sea, there's no way for me to borrow strength from. Then there's the earth evasion technique. I've just learned the first technique, and there are still 8 techniques that I haven't fully comprehended yet. This is a good opportunity to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra to the next level and master the earth evasion technique. When Qin Shuriwei comes looking for me, I'll find an opportunity to kill him by accident and escape using the earth evasion technique. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Oh, by the way, there's also a basic alchemy technique in my purse. Moreover, I've also taken a cauldron from Yingfei. I don't know if it's used for alchemy. It seems that I have to learn this alchemy technique. Look at that detoxification pill. How amazing it is. It can detoxify so easily. I might be able to use it in the future. Also, since there's a detoxification pill, then there's also a pill that can increase one's power. If I can master it, then can I give it to my second brother? If he can become a top master in one go, how great would that be? Oh, I forgot that I don't know if the immortal pills can be given to martial artists. Second brother probably won't have such good luck. Thinking that he could get the cauldron from Qin Shuriwei, he was very happy. This guy was really dissolute. He went out on a business trip and found a delicate girl. He even wanted to take the cauldron home. No way. It's better for me to use it. After sorting out her existing techniques, Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. She must practice the Big Dipper magical fist. However, it wouldn't take up much time. The key was the Carefree Heart Sutra. She could practice this technique all the time without end. But Zhang Xiaohua now knew that as long as she practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra before she went to sleep at night, she would definitely make progress when she woke up in the morning. That was to say, she could also practice at night when she went to sleep. This was extremely wonderful. I don't know what this bracelet is. What's the matter with the flickering dream at night? But since I've practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra at night, I don't need to practice it during the day. Anyway, there's no end to the Carefree Heart Sutra. Practicing it during the day is just icing on the cake. It's better to practice the earth meld and refine elixirs. It was night now, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally still needed to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. So she took 2 primordial stones in her hand, sat cross-legged, and silently practiced the mental cultivation method. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua first practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. Then, she comprehended the earth meld. At noon, she ate some sealwort. Taking advantage of the sun, she searched the entire island to see what was on this deserted island. She also found a cave for herself to live in. With Zhang Xiaohua's current magical power, she performed the levitation skill and floated low. From time to time, she used the tip of her foot to borrow strength from the ground. Then, she used her spiritual sense to search carefully in the mountains. Not long after, she found a small cave. The cave was facing the east of the island. It was quite dry inside, which made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. Normally, this island in the sea was full of water vapor every day, so it should be humid. However, since it was not humid, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to think about looking for things like dry grass and dead leaves. It saved her a lot of trouble. With a small nest to sleep in, Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest in continuing to explore. If Qin Shiyue and the others could find it tomorrow, she would leave with them. Naturally, she didn't need to look at the deserted island today. But if Qin Shiyue and the others didn't come tomorrow, it wouldn't be too late to look at it tomorrow. In short, the exploration of this deserted island was not urgent. On the contrary, before Qin Shiyue and the others came, she could cultivate what she needed to cultivate. That was the right way. So, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip from the space of the money bag, immersed her spiritual sense in it, and carefully memorized and comprehended it. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at these ancient characters, she felt that the meaning was very obscure and unclear. Many things were beyond her understanding, so she was a little conflicted in her heart. But now, she already knew that this was an immortal object, and the content inside was true. Unconsciously, she was very curious and wanted to study it carefully. The way of alchemy in this jade slip was inextricably linked with the herbal books that Zhang Xiaohua had read before. Unconsciously, it aroused her strong interest. But interest was the driving force to move forward. Since she could read the pleasure from it, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy. Until the sky gradually darkened, she slowly opened her eyes. The way of alchemy is really broad and profound. This jade slip is only the most basic alchemy method. Just at the beginning, I feel that it is difficult to move forward. Compared with the previous knowledge of herbs, it is really different. I just don't know what the way of alchemy has been modified by martial arts. If there is a chance, I have to go to the pharmacy hall to have a look. The way of alchemy is to use the cauldron as the base and the true qi as the flame. The true qi is injected into the cauldron, activating the formation of the cauldron, producing the true fire, refining the essence of the herbs. Yin and yang are balanced, and the monarch and minister complement each other. Then it can become an elixir. What about martial arts? Presumably, without true qi, I can only use ordinary flames. In this way, it is inevitable that there will be more impurities. Oh, right, the way of alchemy is useful for true qi, meridians, and so on. This martial art elixir must be modified to be compatible with my true qi. As for the elixir recipe, as long as I modify the herbs in the recipe, it should be possible. I already have a cauldron here, but I don't know if my true qi in the third layer of the aura refining realm can activate it. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take out the cauldron to try, but looking at the narrow cave and thinking that she had just comprehended the beginning of alchemy, she still didn't know much about the rest. Even if she tried, what was the use? Only then did she give up and get out of the cave. Night had come, but the sea was still rippling. There were no big waves. The deep blue sea reflected the starlight in the sky, making it look bright. In the sky and the sea, there was still no expected black spot. Zhang Xiaohua sighed, filled her stomach, and continued to cultivate. On this lonely island, the only way to pass the time was to cultivate. More than 10 days passed like this, but Qin Shiyue still didn't come to find her. Zhang Xiaohua was quite anxious. What's wrong with this Qin Shiyue? Isn't she afraid of being punished by their sect leader? Why hasn't she come to find me? If I'm caught by the Tenryu sect, as long as I can withstand torture, they might not be able to do anything to me. Oh no, what if they kill me? I'd better wait until I reach the shore and quickly run away. If Qin Shiyue doesn't come, I'll do this. Although I don't have to worry about food and drink, and I can also cultivate, I can't sleep at night alone. Every day, she would say that Qin Shiyue would come to find her, but there was no sign of the boat. This Qin Shiyue also slowly became Whitehead Qin, Adulterer Qin, Scoundrel Qin, and finally, she was named Pulsatilla One. However, although Zhang Xiaohua was anxious, his cultivation had made great progress. He had already comprehended the second-hand gesture of the earth escape technique, and this understanding also laid a solid foundation for the next few techniques. After all, he had comprehended it bit by bit, and it was incomparably solid. Although he had just learned the third technique, his progress was also very fast. Needless to say, alchemy was just the theory, and it was also what he was most interested in. The first thing had already been comprehended by him, and now he was beginning to learn the real foundation of alchemy. It had to be said that the present Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the stupid child who had to be tactfully pointed out by the teacher when he went to school in Guizhuang House. These things that had to be taught by the master during the heyday of the Immortal Tao were painstakingly comprehended by him. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that he was on a deserted island and had no distractions. Today there was still no hope. The sky was gloomy. The weather on the sea was unpredictable, and 10 days of sunny weather was abnormal. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a small cave, comprehending alchemy. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap in the sky, which gave him a big fright. He stood up and looked outside. It was already dark and cloudy. It was probably going to rain heavily. Zhang Xiaohua's cave was on the side of the mountain, and it was basically close to the top. He was not afraid of the rain. He was about to return to the cave to continue comprehending alchemy, but a flash of lightning in front of him seemed to have opened his mind. Chapter 292. Zhang Xiaohua was no stranger to sky thunder. As early as the appearance of the first strand of genuine qi in his meridians, he had tried to attract thunder to save the herbs in Huanqi Villa. The feeling of being hit by sky thunder was still fresh in his memory, and it was hard for him to try it again. However, the lightning in front of him reminded Zhang Xiaohua. I should have attracted thunder twice before. The first time was unintentional, and I was about to fall asleep, so I didn't taste the sky thunder. But when I woke up the next day, I had genuine qi in my body, and it seemed that my Big Dipper magical fist had advanced to another level. The second time was intentional. I attracted thunder too early, so I was hit by thunder and fainted directly. Fortunately, it was midnight at that time, and the feeling was unforgettable and unbearable. However, the pain was in exchange for rich rewards. The herbs were saved, and it seemed that my genuine qi had increased a lot. What's more, my Big Dipper magical fist had advanced to another level, and there was a lot of black dirt on my body, which was very similar to the marrow cleansing mentioned in the Heart Sutra. Every time I was hit by thunder, I could get benefits, and there was nothing wrong with my body. If I could be hit by thunder more often, would I get more benefits? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was frightened by his own whimsy. He Tianshu had once reminded him not to practice internal strength when it was thundering and raining, because it was easy to get qi deviation. However, he deliberately chose to attract thunder when it was thundering. However, martial arts were different from the way of immortality. Maybe the way of immortality was not afraid of being hit by thunder? Zhang Xiaohua thought that he might get lucky. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was very wrong. There were spells about sky thunder in the way of immortality, such as the 5 Thunders authentic method, which could attract sky thunder from the sky. However, it was unheard of to practice with sky thunder quenching body. This practice was undoubtedly like an old man eating arsenic. He was tired of living. But once this idea was born in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, it was like a bug, and he could no longer drive it away. Should I try to attract thunder? Anyway, my body used to hurt a lot, and it was 100 times more painful than the pulsatilla's soul-searching hand. However, if I can seize the opportunity to attract thunder at the moment before I fall asleep, I won't feel the pain, right? Anyway, Blink can control the later stages of my cultivation. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to enter the cave to cultivate anymore. He slowly paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave. This cave was in the mountains, and he did not know where he could attract the heavenly thunder. If he couldn't, the heavenly lightning would strike the mountain. If the rocks were shattered, he would be buried under the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and then at the top of the mountain. She was a little hesitant. If they were not in the cave, they would have to be at the top of the mountain. Being drenched in the rain for a whole night was not something a human would do. As they spoke, the rain began to fall. Raindrops the size of beans fell pitter-patter on the rocks, as if to demonstrate their power to Zhang Xiaohua. Kacha, kacha. Thunder continued to rumble in the surrounding sea. The majesty of this place was incomparable to that of the Huanxi mountain manor. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the rain with a gloomy face. His heart was wavering. Seeing that it was late at night, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had to make a choice. He gritted his teeth and thought, "It's just a try. There's already one more time, and two more times. How can I be afraid that there won't be a third time? Isn't it just a heart-wrenching pain? I'll just take it as the pulsatilla forcing me to confess again at night." Thinking of this, he resolutely got up and rushed into the rain. In an instant, the heavy rain soaked his whole body. When he used the levitation skill to reach the top of the mountain, there was not much time left. When he was about to take out the small primordial stones, he had an idea. Instead, he took out his money bag and scanned it with his divine sense. He took out the huge crouching ox stone and sat cross-legged on it. First, he tried to absorb the primordial chi from the crouching ox stone. Then, he calculated the time in his heart. When it was about time, he spread his divine sense into the dark night sky and tried to draw in the little primordial chi in the air. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, after the heaven and earth yuan qi in his divine sense was completely absorbed, the heaven and earth yuan qi around him was slowly flowing in. Moreover, the heavenly thunder that sounded from time to time in the sky was gradually approaching. Cut! There was a light clap of thunder in the distance. It sounded very far away, but Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. This thunder sounds very far away, but it seems to have struck my heart. Could it be moving towards me? Sure enough, the thunder became louder and louder. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled violently. The last few sounds hit the edge of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. His face was a little pale. The rain could not drive away the fear in his heart. Why is it not here yet? Quickly go to sleep. Otherwise, this God's soul-searching hand is much more powerful than the pulsatile acupuncture. Boom! There was a loud sound. The thunder and lightning struck the sky above Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zila, a powerful energy cut through the sky. In an instant, countless primordial chi was generated around the energy. Once the primordial chi was generated, it was guided by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense into the pores of his whole body. The huge energy was then absorbed into his body. Immediately, a heart-wrenching and unbearable pain was transmitted to Zhang Xiaohua's mind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned black. He did not know if he fainted from happiness or was peacefully dreaming. Just like the previous few times, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed from his mind to his whole body. His whole body flashed with a mysterious frequency. In an instant, the numerous stars in the endless starry sky projected endless starlight across time and space and lingered around Zhang Xiaohua's body. The starlight absorbed into his meridians was the same as before. It repaired the meridians that were torn by the huge energy. At the same time, it separated the energy and vitality in the lightning. Most of the energy was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's crystal-clear bones. Most of the vitality was absorbed by an unknown place in his mind. The remaining energy and vitality were refined by his meridians. After the first thunder, the following heavenly thunders seemed to have found a target to vent. They all rushed to the deserted island and lined up to hit Zhang Xiaohua's head one by one. The energy and vitality were all absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua. At this point, he should be on the right track of cultivation and refinement, just like before. However, this was the boundless sea, not the inland plains. The heavenly thunders here could not be compared to the heavenly thunders in the Huanxi manor. The quantity and quality were not on the same level. Under the countless heavenly thunders, the starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body seemed to be unable to withstand it. At first, it was faint and inconspicuous. Then, it gradually became thicker and thicker, turning into a milky white that was almost visible to the naked eye. This milky white color became thicker and thicker. In the end, even the pouring rain could not get close to him. Even so, the incessant heavenly thunders far exceeded the amount of heavenly thunders that Zhang Xiaohua's starlight could neutralize. When a heavenly thunder struck, The starlight trembled as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, the crouching ox stone under Zhang Xiaohua suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if something had been activated. The boundless energy and qi of heaven and earth produced by the heavenly thunders were all absorbed into the vitality stone by the brilliance. At the same time, the qi that Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing was also stimulated. It expanded rapidly and was absorbed into her body at a rate several times faster than before. The vast amount of qi of heaven and earth that was absorbed into her body was refined by the starlight surrounding her meridians and turned into Zhang Xiaohua's own qi. This qi flowed along her meridians at a fixed frequency. Moreover, it was not until now that the qi that Zhang Xiaohua cultivated at the third level of the qi refining realm was stabilized and balanced. She had truly stepped out of the early stage and entered the middle stage of accumulation. The sea breeze was strong and the rain was heavy. In the darkness of the night, on the deserted island, a ball of faint light flickered continuously. It was so faint that if one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. Not far from the deserted island, a huge jellyfish swam continuously. The huge waves did not pose any threat to it, but it seemed to feel a tremor that came from the bottom of its heart. It was an instinctive feeling, a kind of pressure that came from the deserted island, that made it want to run away. Since 10 days ago, it had been attracted by the vitality stone's fluctuations and had been wandering around the island, hoping to get another vitality stone. However, the feeling that made it tremble in the rainy night soon dispelled its desire to continue guarding the island. Crack! There was another sound of thunder. The light flickered and dimmed slightly. The huge jellyfish did not hesitate any longer. It dived into the water and swam deeper. Monsters like this jellyfish that had lived for countless years did not have the intelligence of a human, but many times, their instincts were more direct and accurate than a human's eyes and experience. It was not until a trace of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon that the rampant storm finally died down. The clouds parted and the rain stopped. It seemed that the duration of the storm was much shorter than before. The morning sun rose from the sea. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and poured a bit of true fire essence into his body. The flame in the bottom of his eyes flashed and disappeared, and the flickering also stopped. The starlight around his body also entered his body in a breath. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes that were as black as ink. He silently used the Heart Sutra to check the condition of his meridians. Not bad. The amount of true qi in my meridians is a lot more than yesterday. It seems to be more than half. I should be in the middle of entering the third layer of qi refining. Although it was not good to be struck by the heavenly lightning yesterday, the harvest was also great. If I can endure for another night, I might be able to reach the third layer. Zhang Xiaohua thought as the corners of his mouth curled up. In fact, he did not know that the nameless place in his mind had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning's energy and had undergone a huge change. Moreover, his jade-like bones were already showing signs of becoming transparent after being tempered. He had absorbed most of the heavenly lightning's energy. Compared to that, the true qi in his meridians could only be said to be a small improvement. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and put the crouching ox stone away into his money pouch. The crouching ox stone had also absorbed a huge amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth last night. This change was also something that Zhang Xiaohua could not detect. Oh, where is this fishy smell coming from? Aya, could it be coming from my body again? Zhang Xiaohua looked. As expected, his body was stained with some pitch-black sticky stuff again. He turned around and was about to fly towards the small lake, but after flying halfway, he thought, if I bathe in the lake, won't this stinky stuff get into the water? How am I supposed to eat and drink in the future? He could only turn around and fly back to the beach. However, as he neared the beach, he thought, what if that big monster is still in the water? What should I do then? So, even bathing was so difficult. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua held the small sword in one hand and anxiously washed himself by a shallow beach. He did not know that the huge jellyfish had been scared away by the brilliance of his cultivation last night. How could it sneak and attack on him? After cleaning up, Zhang Xiaohua placed his clothes on a rock to dry. He practiced the Big Dipper magical fist naked. This practice was not a big deal. He actually found that his Big Dipper magical fist had advanced another level. As long as he practiced it for the 6th time, the bone-tempering flow appeared. After 9 times of circulation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a joy from his bones. It was as if, at this moment, he could fly into the sky. Thus, he used the levitation technique. Indeed, compared to yesterday, he flew a little higher. Could it be that this Big Dipper magical fist has something to do with the levitation technique? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. These two techniques did not seem to have any direct connection. The sea breeze on the deserted island was very strong. In this short period of time, Zhang Xiaohua's clothes had already dried. Although there was still a part of the deserted island that Zhang Xiaohua did not explore, he believed that there was only Zhang Xiaohua on this big deserted island. Even if he wore clothes, there would not be an additional female animal to look at, let alone a girl. However, he always felt that it was better to wear clothes. Yes, after all, I was also enlightened by words, Zhang Xiaohua thought. After wearing clothes, Zhang Xiaohua did not go to the small cave. He directly sat on the top of the mountain and comprehended the earth escape. After all, sitting there, he could see far away. If a ship came, he could find it in time, right? This morning, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua had accumulated a lot of knowledge in the past few days, or perhaps he was in good spirits today. It did not take long for him to comprehend the 3rd incantation of the earth escape. In the afternoon, he also felt that the foundation of alchemy had made great progress. He almost wanted to try it out with the furnace in his money bag. However, from alchemy, he saw that alchemy was also a multi-use incantation. He had not even mastered the simple earth escape incantation, so how could he dare to rashly try it? If the furnace was damaged, he would not even have the chance to cry. Also, there are no herbs at all. What can I use to practice? In this way, another 20 days passed. He did not see Qin Shiyue, nor did he see any ships passing by. Yes, he did not even see a black dot. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little discouraged. However, despite being discouraged, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still progressing at a rapid pace. In the past 20 days, there had been 4 or 5 thunderstorms. It was no wonder that the heaven and earth yuan qi above the sea was much more abundant than inland. However, the amount of heavenly lightning each time was different, and the tempering effects were also different. My Big Dipper magical fist has entered the 5th level. I can feel a flow of tempering in my bones without practicing 5 times. However, this progress seems to be slower than before. In the past, I could advance by 1 level each time I drew lightning. Now I need to draw lightning 4 times to advance. Perhaps it will be harder in the future. Fortunately, the Carefree Heart Sutra has also advanced. The 4th level of Qi refining requires a lot of Qi, but the amount of Qi of heaven and earth absorbed each time I draw lightning is not much. No wonder the Qi of heaven and earth is so thin. With so little Qi of heaven and earth, it would be strange if the immortal Tao was not destroyed. Chapter 293. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra on the deserted island while comprehending earth escape and alchemy. In addition to the night rain, he drew lightning to strengthen his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. At first, Zhang Xiaohua still used a small sword to draw lines on the ground of the small cave, counting the days. Later on, he lost interest and stopped counting, simply drawing lines. If it weren't for the fact that I want to see how many days I can spend on this deserted island without seabirds in the future, I would be too lazy to draw lines. I might as well draw circles in a corner of the cave and curse the pulsatilla. That's more refreshing. Zhang Xiaohua also went from looking up from the top of the mountain every day, almost turning himself into a boat-gazing stone. But now he didn't even look up. Too much disappointment made him realize that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It was better to cut off his own path of retreat and not think about going back. Who knows, there might be an unexpected surprise. This kind of concentration and hard work allowed his cultivation to reach a new level. He had already cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra to the middle of the 4th level, the Big Dipper Magical Fist to the 5th level, and the Earth Escape Technique to the last incantation, but he still couldn't make a breakthrough. As for alchemy, he had already learned all the basic theories. All he needed was some herbs and specific operations to make the pills. Zhang Xiaohua also engraved the incantations for alchemy in his heart. When he comprehended them, he also used his hands. But he was always afraid that he would mess up, so he was very careful. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the top of the mountain, using his hands to form incantations. He closed his eyes and circulated his qi. The qi in his meridians followed the changes of the incantations and was drawn out from his body, forming a ball. Then, it was changed again. As the incantations changed, the qi slowly moved from his hands to his arms, and then to his entire body, forming a layer of colorless qi film on Zhang Xiaohua's body. When the final incantation was formed, the colorless qi came out from under his feet and drilled into the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's entire body suddenly disappeared, like a gust of gas. Zhang Xiaohua, who drilled into the mountain, curiously released his divine sense. He found that his whole body was wrapped in a layer of black film, and the surrounding was pitch black. Then he released his divine sense. In this mountain, it was very difficult to release one's divine sense. When his divine sense locked on a place, he silently chanted the incantation. His body, as if shuttling through the earth, drilled into that place. On the way, whether it was soil or rocks, he passed through them as if his body did not exist at all. When he arrived at the place locked on by his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua silently chanted the incantation. His body drilled up, and when his eyes suddenly lit up, he was back at the top of the mountain. But compared to the place where he was just standing, he was already very far away. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. This earth escape technique was a bit more interesting than the levitation technique. He could drill into the earth, walk in the earth, and his speed was so fast. Even if he was caught by the pulsatilla, he could easily escape. Thinking of the pulsatilla, Zhang Xiaohua habitually looked at the sea. It was still very empty. Then, Zhang Xiaohua checked the zhenqi in his meridians and secretly shook his head. This earth escape technique really consumes zhenqi. It has only been a short distance, but I have already lost nearly 1/20th of my zhenqi. It seems that I still need to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra more. The zhenqi in the meridians is really the foundation of all immortal Dao spells. He took out 2 primordial stones from his arms and replenished his zhenqi. Then, he was ready to try the earth escape technique again. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of being seen by others on this deserted island. When he practiced, he used the crouching ox stone. He only used the primordial stones to practice the earth escape technique. But this small primordial stone had been used for half a year, and the zhenqi in it was still not exhausted. This made Zhang Xiaohua very surprised. Zhang Xiaohua used the earth escape technique again and drilled into the mountain. This time, he did not go far away. Instead, he chose to drill straight down. He wanted to know if the bottom of this deserted island was still the sea. But before he could drill down any further, the surrounding temperature rose. It was unbearable and he quickly drilled out. In fact, ever since Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper Fist, he was basically immune to both heat and cold. He no longer had the concept of cold and heat. Even if he practiced on a rainy night, he was not afraid of the pouring rain. But the scorching heat underground made him taste it again. He was so scared that he did not dare to continue. In fact, there was one thing that he did not know. The protective layer formed by zhenqi also had the effect of isolating heat and cold. Since it could make him feel the scorching heat, then the temperature underground was unimaginable. He spent the entire morning trying out the newly mastered earth escape technique. He suddenly disappeared from here, drilled into the ground, and drilled out from there again. He played around until the zhenqi in his body was exhausted. Only then did he sit comfortably with a primordial stone in his hand to replenish his zhenqi. And after half a year of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that if he absorbed zhenqi from primordial stones and used it to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, the absorption speed would be relatively slow. It would increase his power bit by bit. And if he consumed Zhenqi and only used primordial stones to replenish his Zhenqi, the speed was not ordinary. In a very short period of time, he could replenish the Zhenqi in his body. This made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. If he could replenish his Zhenqi while cultivating, how good would that be? Right now, he should have cultivated to the 8th or 9th level. And if he completely consumed the Zhenqi in his body like this and replenished it again, then his Zhenqi would definitely be more than before. As for how much more, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any idea. He just felt it. Perhaps this is the principle of breaking and then building. Martial arts and literature have a certain degree of similarity. Even the way of immortality is the same. Oh, I understand. This is the rule of the world. No matter what you do, you act according to the rules and find your own path in the rules. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand a lot, but it seemed that he only understood a little. Zhang Xiaohua did not deliberately practice his flying sword, but playing with it in his spare time was enough for him to know how to use the flying sword like the back of his hand. Look, he was sitting on the top of the mountain, using his divine sense to command the flying sword, chasing after a flock of seabirds. Right? When he first came to the island, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the deserted island. He had been complaining that there were no animals to eat. But after 2 days, he found that there were no animals, but there were seabirds. Many seabirds built their nests in the trees along the coast and in the grass at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua occasionally caught a few seabirds, dug out a few eggs, and roasted them with fire to satisfy his craving. But later, when he ran out of matches, he had to restrain his violent behavior of harassing the flock of seabirds. When he finished practicing the earth escape and was ready to refine pills, he remembered that refining pills required fire, didn't it? Since the fire from matches could roast eggs and seabirds, then wouldn't the fire from refining pills be even more effective? Therefore, he commanded the flying sword to chase after the flock of seabirds. The seabirds in the flock of seabirds were used to being chased by the flying sword. When they saw the flying sword flying towards them, they flew up and down from time to time, but the flying sword was like a real seabird, neither too fast nor too slow. Even if it followed behind, it still flew up and down. After chasing for a long time, perhaps Zhang Xiaohua was tired of playing, the flying sword suddenly sped up. A cold light flashed and pierced the seabird's neck, but there was not a drop of blood. Then, it turned around and flew towards the top of the mountain where Zhang Xiaohua was. The flying sword flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. He looked at the seabird in his hand, which was not much bigger than a fist, and was very satisfied. I remember the first time I chased a seabird, I couldn't catch it no matter what. Later, when I finally caught it, I couldn't pierce the seabird. This seabird's feathers seemed to have a lot of oil, which made it very slippery. Fortunately, practice makes perfect. From piercing the seabird's body full of bird blood, now I can only pierce its neck, and there is not a drop of bird blood. It seems that my progress is not small. Pulsatilla, you wait for me to deal with you when I go back. However, if Pulsatilla didn't take me out, I don't seem to be able to cultivate to this level. Does this count as repaying kindness with enmity? Forget it, I don't care. I don't care whether he repaid kindness with enmity or not. Pulsatilla didn't have any good intentions. I saved his life in Jianghu City, which can be considered as repaying his kindness. If it doesn't work, I'll go and kidnap that South Sea beauty and let this guy have a taste of suffering. That's what I'll do. Speaking of the oily seabird, alas, I haven't eaten that oily barbecue for a long time. Although I don't like it very much, after not eating it for a long time, I miss it a lot. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua forgot about the idea of taking revenge on Qin Shiriyue and looked at the seabird in his hand. Alas, even the cleverest housewife can't cook rice without cooking. Putting the seabird aside, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag from his arms and took out the huge tripod furnace. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had already roughly examined this cauldron. It was somewhat different from the ones he usually saw in the temple. Now that he took a closer look, it was actually very different. This cauldron stood on 3 legs, and the cauldron was engraved with different talismans. It looked like it had been there for a long time, and it was already somewhat blurred. The lid on the cauldron was also extremely delicate. When he opened it, he found that it was hollow inside. This was clearly the alchemy furnace mentioned in alchemy, not the incense burner used to burn incense. When Zhang Xiaohua got the elixir furnace from Shizue Mountain, he was not much taller than the elixir furnace. Now, he could look down and see the situation inside the elixir furnace. However, it was dark inside the elixir furnace and he could not see anything. He could only smell the scent of incense ash. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and sniffed. The monks of the Shaolin Temple are really powerful. Even the alchemy furnace of the Immortal Tao can be used as an incense burner. I don't know how they burn incense inside. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine awareness and carefully observed the situation inside the alchemy furnace. That was, he didn't look at it before, but now he had to use it. If he didn't look at it now, wouldn't he be fighting an unprepared war? This was a spherical space with several groove-like depressions at the bottom, and the surrounding walls were engraved with different ancient patterns, all of which emitted a faint fluctuation of primordial qi. The bottom of the alchemy furnace was densely engraved, layer by layer. Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine awareness, but he couldn't see the end for a while. Looking at the bottom of the alchemy furnace, it is not very thick. The engraved patterns can be divided into so many layers. It is estimated that they are talismans. The fluctuations emitted by these different talismans are actually one ring on top of another, without any gaps or defects. Is this what it means to be flawless? It seems that I really have to be careful. If I am unlucky, won't I destroy this furnace? It doesn't matter if I can't refine alchemy, but I won't have anything to play with. This is the most important thing. It's just, how do I start a fire in this alchemy furnace? Don't I use a fire starter? In alchemy, it is said that you need to use your own true qi to ignite the cauldron fire of the alchemy furnace, but how to use it and how to ignite it, there is no instruction at all. Without a master to teach me, it is really terrible. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine awareness to sweep it a few times, but he didn't have the slightest insight and couldn't help but feel depressed. At this time, he couldn't help but focus his divine awareness on the depressions. Sure enough, when he strengthened his divine awareness, one of the depressions suddenly flashed a faint fluctuation, and a paragraph of ancient text appeared in his mind. As I said, it is impossible for this thing to not leave anything behind. How can it be obtained? When Zhang Xiaohua carefully read this paragraph of text, he couldn't help but feel happy. He saw his hands forming a seal, meditating for a while, silently circulating his true qi. He sent the seal into the alchemy furnace. At first, the alchemy furnace didn't have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and repeated it a few times. Gradually, the alchemy furnace emitted a faint brilliance that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Only when Zhang Xiaohua released his divine awareness could he see it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He sent a few more seals into the alchemy furnace, and the brilliance shrank a few times. The alchemy furnace suddenly shrank by a circle. Sure enough, it is magical. This thing can actually change its size. It is worthy of being an immortal object. It turned out that the text was the method to control the alchemy furnace. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to have a fun toy, so he changed the size of the alchemy furnace from time to time until he was tired of playing with it. Then, he put his left hand on the side of the alchemy furnace, where there was a slight protrusion. His divine awareness entered the alchemy furnace, and his right hand formed a few seals according to the incantation. If one said that true qi was the foundation of all immortal arts, then the incantation was the support of all magic. Zhang Xiaohua used close to half a year to figure out the incantation for the earth escape technique. It had to be said that it was an extremely wise choice. Generally speaking, when one entered the path of immortality, they would first practice simple incantations, such as the fireball technique, the water sword technique, and the like. 1 or 2 incantations would be enough. Only then would they practice more advanced incantations, such as the sword manipulation technique, fire manipulation technique, and the like. The incantation for the earth escape technique was considered more advanced and difficult to understand and practice. Zhang Xiaohua had studied the earth escape technique from the beginning, so he did the opposite. Now that he looked at the simple incantation, it was very easy to learn. He saw that he slowly inserted true qi into the alchemy furnace, and his divine awareness entered the alchemy furnace, observing the changes in the furnace. In his divine awareness, he saw that the true qi that was slowly inserted first into a few talismans, then into a few other talismans, and then up one by one. Suddenly, in one of the talismans, a trace of flame appeared, and then in an instant, it rushed through a few layers of talismans. Within the alchemy furnace, there was a soft, ting sound, and the furnace was filled with flames. Zhang Xiaohua was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his divine awareness. Qidian Chinese website www welcomes all readers to read. The latest, fastest, and most popular series of novels are all at Qidian Originals. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.